Prelude. James's life had never been easy, and on that fateful autumn morning in Chicago, nothing could have prepared him for what was about to unfold. At 25, his hard-won determination to leave behind a troubled past and build an honest life on construction sites across the city was already a daily struggle. Every shift was a reminder of the mistakes he'd made in his youth, a past filled with fleeting alliances with street gangs and small-time criminal missteps that had once nearly ruined him. Now, clad in a faded safety vest and a battered hard hat, he labored under the overcast sky on a bustling construction site near Michigan Avenue. The air, cool and brisk, carried the unmistakable scent of autumn leaves and distant city smog, blending with the aroma of hot asphalt and the occasional tang of machine oil. James's thoughts often drifted, even amid the day's physical demands. He recalled the bitter words exchanged with his mother a few years ago, a last argument filled with both defiance and regret. Her voice, stern and laden with disappointment, echoed in his mind as he exhaled a plume of smoke during his cigarette break behind the portable office trailer. He remembered her insistence that if he could not abide by the rules of her home, he would be better off on his own. It was a conversation that had left a bitter taste, one he tried to suppress with every drag from his cigarette. Yet, as the wind began to whip around him with unusual ferocity, those memories seemed both distant and intimately close. The construction site, usually a place of steady routine and controlled chaos, had taken on an eerie quality that morning. Workers in hard hats and worn denim paused to shield their eyes from the biting gusts, struggling to secure their tools and personal belongings against the relentless force of the wind. The metallic tang of machinery mixed with the dusty aroma of concrete, all under an unusually overcast sky that threatened more than just a change in weather. James had stepped out from behind the temporary office to enjoy a brief respite, a moment of solitude with a cigarette, when the day's routine shattered in an instant. Without any forewarning, the wind's course changed in a way that defied nature. At first, the shift seemed subtle, a mere flicker of movement in the cool autumn air. But then, as if reality itself were being torn asunder, the very atmosphere split apart. It was as though an unseen blade had slashed through the sky, creating a series of perfect circles of absolute darkness suspended above Michigan Avenue. The initial portal, hovering about 30 feet high, was a sight so jarringly abnormal that it caused pain in James's eyes when he dared to look directly at it. Almost immediately, more portals appeared, each an unyielding, inky vortex that ruptured the heavens with impossible regularity. Within mere seconds, the entire sky was punctured by these openings, and the wind, no longer a simple gust but a deafening roar, swept through the city with a ferocity that defied comprehension. Amid the rising tumult, the normally mundane chaos of a busy city became something out of a nightmare. A nearby newspaper stand, once a symbol of the day's routine, was suddenly transformed into a whirling dervish of paper and metal. Its structure, which had served as a silent witness to the everyday lives of Chicagoans, now flipped and twirled uncontrollably as if it were a toy caught in a giant's hand. "What in God's name is happening?" one of the workers shouted, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of wind and shattering glass. Another construction crew member, clutching his hard hat with white-knuckled desperation, managed to cry out, "Look out, everyone! Hold on to something!" Their words, filled with panic and disbelief, merged with the clamor of the rising tempest. The chaos escalated swiftly. Debris began to lift from the ground as if gravity had lost its hold. Pieces of crumpled paper, discarded cups, and fragments of plastic danced wildly in the violent currents. Even heavier objects, the remnants of a once orderly worksite, were tossed about like leaves in a storm. Windows of nearby buildings shattered unexpectedly, sending glass fragments shimmering through the air like glitter. Cars and buses, previously confined to orderly lanes, were abruptly freed from their constraints. A city bus, its engine roaring in protest, was hoisted high into the sky. The panicked cries of its passengers, now trapped against cold glass, rang out as the vehicle was torn from its foundations. In the midst of this pandemonium, James felt his cigarette slip from his grasp, its ember snuffed out by the overwhelming force. His attempts to reach for the sturdy metal of the trailer were futile as his fingers slid helplessly across its smooth surface. The very air around him seemed charged with a wild, inexplicable energy. "Somebody help us," he screamed, his voice swallowed by the tumultuous roar that now filled every corner of the construction site. His call for aid was met with the sound of frantic shouts and the ragged pleas of colleagues being dragged upward, their bodies twisting and contorting like rag dolls caught in a cruel puppet show. The transformation of the cityscape was instantaneous and merciless. The familiar streets of Chicago became an arena of surreal destruction. A nearby storefront's facade crumbled as chunks of brick and mortar were sucked into the vortex, while streetlights flickered violently before toppling over. Amid the bedlam, James could see the desperate faces of passers-by, men, women, and children alike, caught in a maelstrom of wind and debris. One elderly man, clutching a faded coat against the biting wind, cried out, "My God, what is this?" His voice quivered with a mixture of terror and disbelief as he struggled to maintain his footing on a sidewalk that was rapidly disintegrating beneath him. As the portals multiplied in the sky, the structure of reality itself appeared to unravel. A sense of vertigo gripped everyone as the ground beneath their feet gave way. James felt his own boots leave the familiar solidness of the earth. In that moment, time seemed to stretch, each second expanding into an eternity as he was slowly pulled upward. His safety vest fluttered uselessly against his chest, a silent witness to the horrifying transformation unfolding around him. With each passing moment, Chicago fell further away, the familiar skyline dissolving into a blur of concrete and steel. The gusts of wind, now a relentless, all-encompassing force, carried with them not only the physical debris of the city, but also the hopes, fears, and lives of all who had once inhabited it. In a final desperate cry, another worker, his face contorted in terror, shouted to a colleague who was clinging to the remnants of a support beam, "Grab on! Don't let go now!" The urgency in his tone was matched only by the sheer panic that had overtaken the entire site. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning rubber and the coppery tang of blood as bodies and inanimate objects alike were swept into the rising chaos. A cacophony of metal screeches, shattering glass, and desperate human voices melded into one overwhelming sound that seemed to echo from every corner of the crumbling city. Even as the chaos reigned, James's mind raced with a series of fragmented thoughts. Memories of his past, of grimy streets, close escapes, and the heavy burden of regret flashed before his eyes. He recalled the troubled chapters of his youth, the days when he had once run with the street kings, a brotherhood forged in both loyalty and lawlessness. He remembered how his missteps had led him to federal detention, and how a single act of misplaced loyalty had once cost him his hard-earned freedom. These recollections were as transient as the debris swirling around him, yet they were inseparable from the present terror that now consumed his every sense. As his feet began to lose contact with the ground, James's eyes widened in disbelief. The sensation was otherworldly, a mix of weightlessness and vertigo as he was inexorably pulled higher, his body buffeted by forces he could neither comprehend nor resist. The sounds of the city, now reduced to a distant muffled roar, blended with the disembodied cries of those left behind. Even as buildings began to crumble and entire blocks were torn asunder, the portals overhead continued their silent, malevolent work. They were unyielding voids that offered no mercy, no explanation, only the inexorable pull that drew everything upward. In those final moments before he was completely taken from the world he had known, James's eyes darted about, capturing every horrifying detail. The texture of the swirling wind, the stark contrasts of light and shadow, and the desperate, almost animalistic expressions of those around him were etched into his memory with a brutal clarity. The realization that he was no longer in control of his own fate set in slowly as the familiar sounds of the city were replaced by an overwhelming, oppressive silence. The transition was as sudden as it was violent. One moment, James was engulfed in the pandemonium of a collapsing Chicago. The next, he felt his body caught in an invisible grip, lifted with a force that defied all logic. His work boots, once firmly planted on solid ground, now kicked at empty space. The physical sensations were bizarre, a mixture of frantic movement and disconcerting stillness, as if he were suspended in a moment that belonged to both time and none at all. The roar of the wind faded into an eerie hum, leaving behind only the sound of his own ragged breathing and the pounding of his heart echoing in his ears. As he ascended higher, the city below transformed into a surreal tapestry of chaos and despair. The once orderly streets became a swirling mosaic of shattered concrete and flying detritus. Even the distant sounds of sirens and shouts were drowned out by the monstrous noise of the unknown force that had claimed them all. Every detail, the splintered wood from a fallen sign, the frantic gestures of a fellow worker desperately trying to warn others, the echo of a lost voice in the storm, converged into one horrifying moment of clarity. In that moment, as Chicago receded into a dark, indistinct blur, James's fate was sealed by a force beyond comprehension. Before he lost all sense of direction, he caught a final glimpse of the ground, a patchwork of ruined streets and crumbling buildings, bathed in the cold, unyielding light of an indifferent autumn day. Then, with a final surge, his body was hurled upward, leaving behind the chaos and terror of a city undone. The moment was both a literal and metaphorical crossing, from a life burdened by past mistakes into a realm of unfathomable uncertainty, where even the rules of nature no longer applied. Thus, as the familiar sounds of Chicago gave way to an oppressive silence, James found himself suspended in a state of surreal dislocation. His body, caught between the remnants of a world he once knew and an unknown future, trembled with the shock of it all. Every detail, from the frantic, desperate dialogue of his fellow workers to the visceral sensations of wind and debris, was burned into his memory as he was carried away, far from the life he had struggled so hard to reclaim. In that moment of disintegration, as the force continued its relentless pull, James became both witness and victim of an event that defied all understanding, a final, irrevocable crossing into the unknown. When James's feet finally left the ruined ground of Chicago, the laws of physics seemed to warp around him, and he was thrust into a realm that defied every expectation. In the dizzying ascent, time stretched and warped until each heartbeat echoed like a drum in the silence that replaced the city's roar. The sensation of his work boots thrashing in empty space was surreal. He felt both weightless and bombarded by a force that pressed him from all sides. The transition, as abrupt as it was bewildering, left him suspended in an alien environment, a corridor of light that pulsed with an intensity and complexity far beyond the familiar spectrum of Earth. The passage through the strange portal was like being sucked through a giant straw. One moment, he had been in the chaotic midst of a crumbling Chicago. The next, he found himself compressed into a narrow tube formed of shimmering, pulsating light. The walls of this corridor were alive with colors that defied easy description. Hues of blue and green intermingled with shades that seemed to exist in no earthly palette. A spectrum of light that danced and shifted in patterns that evoked the mysterious beauty of an aurora yet hinted at an otherworldly menace. The light itself throbbed with a rhythm that was almost musical, an incessant pulse that resonated deep within his bones. Within this glowing tunnel, James experienced sensations that defied rational explanation. His body, though caught in a state of accelerated motion, felt curiously unscathed by the tremendous forces acting upon it. He could feel himself stretching and compressing in ways that should have been painful or even fatal, Yet there was only a peculiar numbness, a dull awareness that this was not normal, but that he was somehow being preserved. The high-pitched ringing in his ears, as if generated from deep within his own mind, was the only sound that accompanied him as he hurtled forward. With each passing moment, the concept of time dissolved. Seconds merged into minutes, minutes into what felt like endless epics of existence. At first, panic had surged within him as he grappled with the reality of this inexplicable journey. But gradually, amid the overwhelming sensations of weightlessness and perpetual motion, a cautious curiosity began to replace the initial terror. With no clear up or down, he instinctively reached out, attempting to determine whether there was any surface to cling to or a reference point by which to orient himself. His hands, however, passed through nothingness, meeting only the intangible fabric of this luminous tube. The temperature was neither cold nor warm. It was a constant, neutral energy that seemed to seep into his skin and settle in his bones. In the midst of this bewildering transit, James's thoughts began to drift to theories that he had once scoffed at as impossible. Perhaps he was in a dream, caught in a nightmare from which he would soon awaken to the familiar sounds and smells of Chicago. Or perhaps he had crossed into a parallel dimension, a realm where the very fabric of reality was woven with threads of light and mystery. The notion that he might be dead or in some kind of purgatory fluttered through his mind, mingling with the residual shock of being torn from everything he had known. Yet the most persistent thought was a quiet, insistent wonder at the sheer impossibility of his situation. Here he was, moving through a corridor of pulsating light, his body defying every law of nature he had ever understood, and somehow, impossibly, he was still alive. In these early moments of his journey through the tunnel, every sense was on high alert. The visual spectacle before him was breathtaking, a cascade of colors that shifted and shimmered with an almost hypnotic grace. The light, although radiant, was not blinding. Instead, it possessed a soft, enveloping quality that bathed everything in an ethereal glow. As James's eyes adjusted to the brilliance, he noted subtle variations in the hue, a gentle gradation from deep indigo near the edges to vibrant cerulean and emerald in the center. Each shift in color seemed to evoke a different emotion, a different echo of a reality that had long since slipped away. Yet, despite the overwhelming beauty of this corridor, the loneliness of the void began to take hold. James found himself alone, isolated in a space that appeared to stretch out into infinity. He called out, his voice reverberating against the shimmering walls, yet no answer came. His words, carried away by the undulating currents of light, disappeared into the endless expanse. The sensation was deeply unsettling. The realization that there were no other souls in this luminous prison, that he was the sole witness to this journey through a realm that defied all reason. Frustration and fear mingled within him as he experimented with movement. At first, he tried to propel himself by pushing against what he hoped might be a surface, only to find his limbs flailing in midair without any resistance. He spun slowly, disoriented, and the lack of a defined up or down exacerbated his confusion. Each attempt to change direction only resulted in an endless rotation, as if the laws of gravity were entirely suspended. In one particularly disorienting moment, he reached out with both arms, his fingers brushing against nothing but the invisible strands of energy that permeated the corridor. As the journey continued, the initial shock began to give way to a measured analysis of his surroundings. He started to hypothesize about the nature of this corridor of light. Perhaps it was some kind of transporter, an advanced, albeit inexplicable method of interdimensional travel. Maybe the swirling colors and pulsating energy were indicators of a technology far beyond human understanding. Each theory, however, seemed as improbable as the last, leaving him suspended in a state of uncertainty. The strange energy that sustained him also made his thoughts feel fuzzy, as though they were being gently massaged by invisible hands. With no clear boundaries to this realm, every observation, every experiment with movement, only deepened the mystery. The sensory overload was not confined solely to visual marvels. The corridor exuded a subtle, almost imperceptible hum, a frequency that resonated with the very core of his being. His skin prickled with every subtle change in the atmosphere, and his mind raced to reconcile these sensations with the stark, undeniable reality of his situation. At length, after what felt like an eternity, but might have been no more than moments, James's passage through the luminous tube came to an abrupt halt. In an instant that defied sound, the walls of light shattered around him as though breaking glass, yet no audible crack echoed in the void. Instead, he was violently ejected into a vast expanse of nothingness, a void so complete that it swallowed every hint of color, sound, and substance. For a suspended heartbeat, he floated in utter darkness, the transition so sudden that he was left reeling with disbelief. That first moment in the void nearly broke him. His lungs, already strained from the surreal journey, tightened with an instinctive panic as they refused to fill with the conventional air of Earth. The sensation was primal, a deep-seated fear that he was now in a place where the rules of life no longer applied. With every fiber of his being urging him to hold his breath, he did so, convinced that inhaling would bring instant oblivion. Spots began to dance before his eyes, a final testament to his terror, until his body, betraying his will, forced him to gasp. To his astonishment, air, or something that served the same life-sustaining purpose, entered his lungs. It was not the crisp, familiar atmosphere of Chicago, but a strange, otherworldly substance that somehow sustained him despite its alien composition. Suspended in this infinite void, James drifted with an eerie calm that belied the chaos from which he had come. The memories of Chicago, the frantic shouts of his co-workers, the violent upheaval of buildings, the deafening roar of the wind, seemed like distant echoes in a realm where time held no sway. Instead, he found himself enveloped by the overwhelming silence and vast emptiness of his new surroundings. There were faint points of light in the distance, reminiscent of stars yet disturbingly out of place. They shimmered with an intensity that was almost tangible, moving in erratic patterns that defied the static constancy of the night sky he once knew. In that suspended moment, the mind began to wander into dark recollections. His thoughts drifted back to the days when he had once walked the perilous path with the Street Kings, a time of youthful rebellion and near-ruinous choices. The memories were bittersweet and painful, but they were quickly overshadowed by the overwhelming loneliness that now pressed in on him. His mother's voice, filled with a mixture of sorrow and stern admonition, echoed softly in the recesses of his mind. That final argument, laden with regret and unspoken love, became a poignant reminder of everything he had lost and everything he might never regain. Alone in the void, with no immediate sign of rescue or a way to return, James's thoughts turned inward. He began to analyze every sensation, the weightlessness that made every motion a struggle against inertia, the persistent hum of unseen energy, and the subtle, almost imperceptible shifts in temperature that spoke of a realm beyond human comprehension. Each observation led him to test the boundaries of this place, reaching out into the darkness with tentative movements. He would twist his body in slow, deliberate motions, trying to discern whether there was any resistance or a hidden surface beneath the intangible shroud of nothingness. His efforts, though methodical, only resulted in a series of disconcerting spins and gentle drifts, leaving him more confused than before. Every so often, a flicker of hope would surface, a thought that perhaps this was all a dream from which he would soon awaken, finding himself back on the familiar concrete of Chicago, cigarette in hand, as if nothing had ever happened. But as moments stretched into what felt like an endless expanse of time, that hope began to wane. The realization that he was not only far from home, but possibly in a realm where normal human experiences held no meaning, took hold with a quiet inevitability. The isolation was profound, and with it came a creeping sense of despair that threatened to overtake him even as his mind fought to stay rational. Chapter 1. Time doesn't exist in the void. Not really. I learned that early on when my phone died and the glowing numbers of my digital watch started skipping randomly. 2:14, then 9:47, then 11:32, before finally going dark. Without the sun or stars I recognized, without hunger or thirst or sleep, there was no way to measure how long I'd been floating in this endless nothing. The strange energy that kept me alive seemed to seep into everything, including my thoughts. It made my skin tingle with a constant static electricity feeling, and my mind felt both sharper and more scattered. Colors looked wrong here. The distant lights pulsed with shades that shouldn't exist, like someone had invented new colors just to torment me. As I drifted through the void, the ambient energy began to affect my senses in ways I couldn't have imagined. My vision sharpened to an almost painful degree, allowing me to perceive minute details in the swirling patterns of light that surrounded me. These celestial formations defied explanation, shifting and morphing in ways that seemed to follow some alien logic. One moment, I'd be staring at what looked like a spiral galaxy, its arms reaching out into the darkness. The next, it would collapse in on itself, reforming into a shape that resembled a pulsating multidimensional cube. The colors of these formations were equally impossible to comprehend. I saw hues that existed somewhere between blue and green, yet were neither. There were shades that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating patches of darkness that were somehow brighter than their surroundings. The void's energy didn't just affect my sight. My hearing became hypersensitive, picking up frequencies that should have been impossible in the vacuum of space. It started as a low hum, barely perceptible, but grew into a symphony of cosmic white noise. Sometimes, I could swear I heard whispers in that noise, fragments of conversations or echoes of my own thoughts, distorted and amplified by the void. My sense of touch underwent a similar transformation. The constant tingling on my skin evolved into a more complex sensation. I could feel the ebb and flow of the void's energy, almost like currents in an invisible ocean. When I moved my hand through the nothingness, I felt resistance, as if the very fabric of this place had a texture, smooth in some areas, rough in others. Time, already a nebulous concept in this place, became even more distorted. Moments stretched into what felt like hours, while entire cycles of the strange celestial phenomena I observed seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. My thoughts raced at times, processing information at an incredible speed. Other times, a single idea would consume me for what seemed like an eternity, examined from every possible angle before dissipating like smoke. In that infinite silence, memories became more than memories. They turned vivid, almost tangible, like I was reliving every moment in Ultra HD. I saw my mother's face, lined with disappointment, the last time I stood in her kitchen.
If you can't follow my rules, James, then you need to leave.
I'd been 17, thought I knew everything. Now each word echoed in my head with perfect clarity, down to the way her voice caught when she said my name. The memory played out in excruciating detail. I could see the faded yellow wallpaper of our kitchen, the chipped mug my mother clutched in her hand, steam rising from the coffee inside. The smell of that coffee mixed with the lingering scent of the bacon she'd made for breakfast, creating a bittersweet olfactory snapshot of home. "I'm grown," I'd told her, puffing up with false confidence. My reflection in the kitchen window showed a lanky teenager with a patchy attempt at facial hair, trying desperately to look older than his years. "I don't need your rules. I don't need your help."
Being grown means being responsible,
she'd countered, her hands gripping the back of a kitchen chair so tight her knuckles bulged. The veins in her hands stood out, a roadmap of hard work and worry.
Being grown means thinking about consequences.
I'd slammed the door when I left. The sound of it closing played over and over in my mind as I drifted through the void. If I'd known then, it would be the last time I'd see her. Moving in with my cousin Terrence had seemed like freedom at first. He had his own apartment, no rules, no curfew. What I didn't understand then was that he had his own chains, ones that bound him to the street kings. I still remember the first time he asked me to make a delivery. The memory unfolded with startling clarity. Terrence's apartment, a small one-bedroom with peeling paint and a persistent smell of weed. He sat on a threadbare couch, a game controller forgotten in his lap as he held out a small package wrapped in brown paper.
"It's easy money, cuz,"
he'd said, his eyes never quite meeting mine.
"Just take it from point A to point B, $200 for an hour's work."
I should have known better. But $200 was more than I'd make in 2 days at any legitimate job that would hire a high school dropout. The bills in Terrence's hand seemed to glow, promising a taste of the life I thought I wanted. Just this once, I told myself, reaching for the package. The brown paper crinkled under my fingers, its contents a mystery I didn't dare question. But it was never just once. The money was good, the work was simple, and the street kings treated me like family. Better than family sometimes. They had my back, they said. They looked out for their own. And I believed it all, right up until I got caught. The void's energy seemed to amplify these memories, making them play out in my mind with excruciating detail. I remembered every moment in juvenile detention, every disappointed look from my public defender, every word of the judge's lecture.
"You're young,"
she'd said, her voice stern but not unkind.
"This is your chance to turn your life around."
The courtroom materialized around me, a product of memory enhanced by the void's strange power. I could smell the polish on the wooden benches, hear the soft rustle of papers as the prosecutor shuffled his notes. The judge, a middle-aged woman with streaks of gray in her dark hair, looked down at me from her bench. Her eyes, sharp and assessing, seemed to see right through my tough guy act.
"James,"
she said, and I flinched at the sound of my name.
"I've reviewed your case carefully. You have a choice to make here. The path you're on leads nowhere good. But you have potential. You can be more than this."
I'd nodded, mumbled something about understanding, but did I really? Did I grasp the weight of that moment, the crossroads I stood at? The memory faded, leaving me alone again in the endless void, wondering about all the choices that had led me here. I don't know how long I'd been lost in these memories when I felt it, a subtle shift in the void's endless nothing. The ambient energy that had become as familiar as my own heartbeat suddenly felt different, disturbed. Like ripples in a pond, but ripples in reality itself. At first, I thought I'd finally lost my mind completely, but then I saw it. A massive darkness opening behind me, bigger than anything I'd ever seen or imagined. The black hole seemed to eat the void itself, consuming even the strange lights that had been my only companions for so long. The appearance of the black hole warped the very fabric of the void. The energy currents I had grown accustomed to began to swirl and eddy, creating patterns of distortion that bent light in impossible ways. The celestial formations I had observed for so long began to stretch and elongate, their colors shifting towards deeper, more ominous hues. As the black hole grew, I felt its gravitational influence tugging at me. It wasn't a physical sensation, not exactly. Instead, it was as if the very essence of my being was being pulled towards that infinite darkness. The tingling energy that permeated the void intensified, becoming almost painful as it reacted to the black hole's presence. The event horizon, that point of no return, was a sight beyond description. It wasn't simply black. It was an absence of everything, a negation of reality itself. Around its edges, light bent and twisted, creating a halo of distorted starlight. As I watched, unable to look away, I saw fragments of debris from the void being pulled in. They seemed to stretch as they approached the event horizon, becoming impossibly thin before disappearing entirely. I tried to swim away, a useless instinct in a place without up or down, without any real sense of direction. My body moved like I was underwater in slow motion, but instead of getting away, I began to spiral toward the darkness. The pull was gentle at first, almost peaceful, but grew stronger with each passing moment. Debris that had drifted through the void with me for who knows how long started to move faster, creating a spiral of junk heading toward the black hole's center. I saw pieces of what might have been cars, fragments of buildings, things that had come through the portals with me from Chicago. All of it caught in the same inexorable pull. That's when I spotted it, a large piece of what looked like a metal beam, tumbling end over end in the void. A plan formed in my mind, born of desperation and exhaustion. Why keep fighting? What was I holding on to? This endless limbo, these torturous memories? At least the black hole offered something different, even if that something was oblivion. I reached out as the beam passed near me, my fingers closing around the cold metal. The moment I had a grip, I planted my feet against it and pushed off hard, aiming myself straight at the heart of darkness. If this was death, at least it was my choice. At least it was an end. The radiation hit me first, invisible waves that made my skin crawl and my teeth ache. Then came the light, impossibly bright, flaring at the black hole's center in colors that hurt to look at. White hot like burning magnesium, electric blues that seemed to slice through my retinas, violent purple that made my brain scream. I closed my eyes, willing unconsciousness to take me. Instead, I felt the first flames ignite along my arms. They weren't normal fires. These burned with that same impossible bluish-purple light. I tried to scream, but the void swallowed all sound, just as it always had. The pain was beyond anything I could have imagined, beyond anything I thought possible to survive. But I didn't die. The flames consumed me but didn't destroy me. Each moment brought new agony as I spiraled deeper into the black hole's maw. My last coherent thought was the realization of my mistake. This wasn't the escape I'd hoped for. This was something far worse. As consciousness began to fade, I felt myself being pulled ever deeper into the heart of this cosmic horror. My body wreathed in supernatural flame, my mind finally breaking under the weight of unimaginable torment. The void had been lonely, yes. But as I tumbled into this new hell of my own choosing, I realized too late that loneliness had been a mercy compared to what awaited me in the darkness. Chapter 2. The pain never stopped. That's the thing about cosmic fire. It doesn't burn you to ash and let you die. Instead, it keeps burning, keeps consuming, but never finishes the job. I lost track of how long I burned in those flames, my mouth open in a perpetual silent scream that the void swallowed whole. Could have been days, could have been years. Time had no meaning in that endless agony. At first I thought I'd go insane. Maybe I did for a while. The flames weren't just on my skin. They seemed to burn inside me, through me, like every cell in my body was being torn apart and put back together wrong. But somehow, gradually, something impossible happened. I started to adapt. The process of adapting to constant torment was a journey through the depths of my own psyche. It began with denial, a desperate belief that this couldn't be real, that I'd wake up any moment back in my bed in Chicago. But the pain persisted, relentless and all-consuming, until denial crumbled beneath its onslaught. Rage came next, a burning fury to match the flames that engulfed me. I raged against the void, against the black hole, against the cosmic injustice that had brought me to this hell. My anger blazed as hot as the fire, but like all fires, it eventually burned itself out, leaving only emptiness in its wake. Bargaining followed, a futile attempt to negotiate with forces beyond comprehension. I promised anything, everything, if only the pain would stop. But there was no one to hear my pleas, no cosmic entity to strike a deal with. The fire burned on, indifferent to my desperation. Depression settled in like a heavy fog, muffling even the sharpness of the pain. I retreated into myself, into memories of a life that seemed increasingly distant and unreal. The faces of those I'd known, my mother, Terrence, even the nameless construction workers I'd seen pulled into the void, became my refuge, a mental touchstone of humanity in this inhuman place. But even in the depths of despair, something within me refused to be extinguished. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, acceptance began to take root. Not acceptance of the pain, never that, but acceptance of my new reality. I began to observe the flames with a detached curiosity, noting how they shifted and changed, how they responded to the currents of space around me. As this acceptance grew, so did my awareness. The pain didn't lessen, but my perception of it changed. It became background noise, like the hum of an air conditioner you stop noticing after a while, except the air conditioner was supernatural fire eating through your flesh. I began to notice other things, how the flames moved in patterns, how they responded to the currents of space around me. I was still tumbling through the black hole, but now I could think clearly enough to understand what was happening to me. My consciousness, once fragmented by pain, began to coalesce into something new. I found I could direct my thoughts with a clarity I'd never experienced before. It was as if the cosmic fire had burned away the mental clutter, leaving behind a crystalline focus. I explored the limits of this new awareness, pushing against the boundaries of what I thought possible. The flames that had once been my tormentor became a subject of fascination. I studied their movements, the way they flickered and danced across my skin without consuming it. The colors, impossible shades of blue and purple that hurt to look at, became familiar, almost comforting in their constancy. As my mind adapted, so too did my perception of self. The body that burned endlessly in cosmic fire no longer felt entirely my own. It was a vessel, yes, but one that was being fundamentally altered by its journey through the black hole. I felt myself stretching, not just physically, but mentally, expanding to fill a space I hadn't known existed within me. That's when I felt the change in momentum. The spiral that had been dragging me deeper suddenly shifted, like a car changing gears. I was moving faster now, much faster. The sensation reminded me of those carnival rides that spin you around and around, except this was spinning through dimensions instead of just space. The acceleration kept building, faster and faster, until reality itself seemed to blur around me. The core of the black hole, when I finally reached it, wasn't what I expected. Instead of a point of infinite density crushing me into nothingness, I saw something else, a tear in space itself, a gateway between here and somewhere else. The sight of it was almost beautiful, in a terrifying way. Streams of energy flowed around it in impossible patterns, like the aurora borealis twisted into a Klein bottle. The passage through the gateway felt like being turned inside out. My body stretched and compressed in ways that should have killed me instantly. I felt my consciousness fragmenting, splitting into a million pieces, each one experiencing a different kind of agony. Then, just as suddenly as it began, it ended. I emerged on the other side, still wreathed in those strange flames, but they were already starting to fade. Behind me, the black hole looked different from this side, more like a controlled storm of energy than a cosmic destroyer. The space around me felt different, more normal, if anything about this situation could be called normal. I could see stars that looked like actual stars, patterns of light that made sense to my human eyes. But all of that became insignificant when I saw it, the structure. At first, my mind couldn't even process what I was looking at. The scale was too vast, too impossible. I'd seen big things before, skyscrapers in Chicago that seemed to touch the clouds, but this was different. This was big on a scale that broke something in my brain. It wasn't just big, it was impossibly, incomprehensibly massive. I watched actual planets orbiting around it like it was their sun. Each of these planets had rings like Saturn's, creating a dance of cosmic jewelry that would have been the most amazing thing I'd ever seen, if not for the structure they were orbiting. Even trying to describe its size feels futile. It was like trying to describe the ocean to someone who's only seen a puddle. As my eyes adjusted to the sheer scale of the Dyson-sphere, details began to emerge. The surface wasn't smooth as I'd first thought, but textured with patterns that defied easy categorization. In some areas, it looked almost organic, with swirling designs that reminded me of Van Gogh's Starry Night, if Starry Night covered an area larger than Earth's orbit. Other sections were rigidly geometric, with perfect lines and angles that spoke of precision engineering on an unimaginable scale. The sphere's color shifted as I watched, not in the garish, impossible hues of the void, but in subtle variations of metallic shades. At times, it seemed to be a burnished gold, reflecting the light of the star at its core. Then it would shift to a deep, almost living silver, with hints of blue and green that made me think of Earth's oceans seen from space. What struck me most was how the structure interacted with the light around it. It didn't just reflect light like a mirror or absorb it like a black hole. Instead, it seemed to process the light, bending and refracting it in ways that created stunning visual effects. Rainbows danced across its surface, not in neat arcs but in complex, fractal patterns that spread for millions of miles. Despite its artificial nature, there was something almost alive about the sphere. I could see what looked like energy conduits crisscrossing its surface, pulsing with power that must have rivaled that of small stars. In some areas, massive structures, each one easily the size of a continent, protruded from the main body of the sphere. Some looked like colossal antennae, others like docking bays that could have housed fleets of planet-sized ships. The planets orbiting the sphere added another layer of awe to the scene. Each one was unique, with its own color palette and ring system. Some were clearly gas giants, their atmospheres swirling with storms larger than Earth. Others looked more solid, with surfaces that hinted at continents and oceans. All of them, I realized, were likely as artificial as the sphere itself. A solar system engineered on a scale that made human civilization look like an anthill in comparison. As I marveled at the sight, trying to comprehend its implications, I became aware of a new sensation. The gravity hit me next. After so long in weightlessness, the pull was jarring. I felt myself being drawn toward the structure, toward what looked like an opening in its surface. The portal, if that's what it was, could have swallowed Earth whole. As I was pulled closer, I could see details in its construction that proved it was artificial. Geometric patterns, regular intervals, purposeful design on a scale that humbled everything humanity had ever built. The metallic corridor I was pulled into was a blur of light and energy. Streams of unknown power flowed along its walls like rivers of lightning. The passage through it was quick but disorienting, like being shot through a giant technological gun barrel. Then I was inside the sphere itself, and my mind broke again. There was a star, an actual burning star, suspended in the center of this constructed space. It looked small compared to the sphere containing it, but I knew it had to be massive. The sense of scale was impossible to process. That's when gravity really took hold. After so long in the void, the sensation of weight was overwhelming. I felt myself beginning to fall, really fall, toward what must have been the sphere's inner surface. The ground, if you could call it that, rushed up to meet me with devastating speed. The impact should have killed me, would have killed me, before whatever changes the void and the black hole had wrought on my body. Instead, I hit hard enough to create a shockwave, hard enough to crater the ground beneath me, but I survived. As dust and energy settled around me, my consciousness finally began to fade. The last thing I saw before blackness took me was that impossible star hanging above, a miniature sun in a world that rewrote everything I thought I knew about what was possible. As my awareness slipped away, one thought echoed through my mind. Wherever this was, whatever this place was, I was no longer in any universe I understood. This was something else entirely, something beyond human comprehension. Then the darkness took me, and for a while at least, I didn't have to try to understand any of it anymore. Chapter 3. I don't remember hitting the ground. One moment, I'd been tumbling through unimaginable forces, yanked from the only life I knew, dragged through some rift that defied all reason. The next, there was nothing but a dense blackness, thick as tar, swallowing every sensation. My thoughts had floated in that void, drifting between jumbled memories of Chicago's cityscape and the deafening roar of cosmic winds, until slowly, painfully, I started to regain awareness. The first wisp of consciousness brought with it a wave of disorientation so intense it felt like being submerged in icy water. My mind grasped for something solid to anchor itself, but found only fragments. The sharp-edged skyline of the city, the rough calluses on my palms from years of construction work. Each memory was a shard of glass, cutting deep as I tried to piece together what had happened. When I finally managed to open my eyes, the simple act sent a sharp, throbbing pain coursing through every muscle. It felt like I'd fallen off a 10-story building, my bones protesting as I tried to move, my skin raw from being scoured by forces beyond comprehension. The first thing I actually saw was the sky above, bright and featureless, the kind of blank canvas that could drive a man insane if he stared at it too long. For a few seconds, I couldn't even remember where I was or how I had ended up face down in the dirt, every inch of me aching like I'd gone 10 rounds with a freight train. As sensation slowly crept back into my battered form, I became aware of the surface beneath me, not the expected asphalt or concrete of the city, but something dry and granular, gritty particles embedding themselves in my skin. The cloying scent of disturbed earth mingled with an acrid odor I couldn't quite place, hints of decay and some sort of chemical harshness. With a groan, I tried to roll myself over, fighting against the leaden weight of my own limbs. That's when a sudden, stabbing sensation in my left arm demanded my full attention, eclipsing every other thought. Before I could even register what was happening, a bolt of pure adrenaline shot through my system, chasing away the hazy remnants of disorientation. Twisting my neck with a grunt, I looked over to see a bizarre creature clinging to my forearm, its needle-like teeth sunk into my flesh. At first glance, it had the wiry body of a coyote, long limbs, fur in sparse patches, but as I blinked rapidly to clear my vision, I saw that it was overlapped by reptilian scales along its flank and tail. Each scale caught the pallid light in a dull sheen, making the beast look like some kind of desert abomination, part scavenger canine and part alien lizard. Revulsion and instinctive fear collided inside me, momentarily paralyzing. I could feel the creature's hot, fetid breath against my skin, and the warm trickle of my own blood where its jaws clamped down. Its eyes, a baleful yellow, had an unnervingly intelligent gleam, sizing me up even as it tried to tear a chunk from my arm. Nausea churned in my gut at the sight, at the wrongness of this thing that should not exist. Get off! The words tore from my throat in a raspy gasp, my voice sounding alien to my own ears, raw from thirst and shock. Summoning every scrap of strength I had left, I jerked my arm back in a desperate attempt to yank my flesh from between those snapping jaws. The motion sent white-hot agony lancing through me, but also triggered a fresh wave of panic-fueled adrenaline. I scrambled backwards in the dust and gravel, seeking to put space between myself and the creature, my hands groping frantically across the ground for anything that could serve as a weapon. At first, all I felt was grit and small stones, their edges biting into my palms. Then, by some miracle, my fingers closed around a larger rock, its surface jagged and cool against my skin. There was no time to think, only the most primal of survival instincts driving me. With a guttural cry that was equal parts terror and fury, I swung the makeshift weapon at the creature's head, putting every ounce of my fear-driven strength behind the blow. The impact landed with a sickening crack, far louder and more solid than I had anticipated. I felt the brutal vibration all the way up my arm into my shoulder, as if I had struck concrete rather than flesh and bone. To my shock, the creature's skull seemed to cave in under the force, crumpling like papier-mâché. It collapsed instantly, its wiry form going limp as it flopped lifelessly to the side, greenish ichor leaking from the ruin of its head to pool on the sun-baked earth. For a long, spiraling second, all I could do was stare down at the rock clutched in my tight-knuckled grip, my breath coming in ragged gasps. On any normal day, in any sane world, a blow like that might have stunned or wounded an animal of that size, but never reduced its head to fragments of bone and pulp. Somehow, through means I couldn't begin to understand, I had unleashed a level of force I didn't know I possessed. A cold sweat broke out across my brow as I struggled to process the terrifying implications. Before I could even start to grapple with the realization, a chorus of low growls and yipping snarls erupted around me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end at the sound, and I wrenched my eyes away from the dead creature to frantically scan my surroundings. Cold horror twisted my stomach as I saw at least 20 more of the unnatural coyote-lizard hybrids prowling toward me in a cautious arc, their wiry bodies low to the ground. Each one looked lean and hungry, their baleful yellow eyes glinting with feral intelligence and predatory intent. They made short, sharp barking sounds that echoed eerily off the nearby rock formations, the acoustics of this alien landscape amplifying and distorting the noise until it sounded like a pack of demons closing in. My heart pounded so violently against my ribcage that I thought it might burst right through my chest. The bitter tang of fear coated my tongue, mingling with the coppery taste of blood from where I'd bitten my cheek in the initial struggle. Waves of heat rolled off the cracked earth, carrying with them the creature's rank musk, a combination of wild animal and something sharply chemical. My head swam with the assault on my senses, even as all-consuming panic threatened to drown out any hint of rational thought. In that moment, my mind flashed back to distant memories of nature documentaries, images of predators encircling their prey, testing for weaknesses before striking. I knew with sickening certainty that if these beasts attacked all at once, I would be just like those ill-fated prey animals, alive one minute and torn to pieces the next, my blood painting this forsaken wasteland. The visceral knowledge drove me to my feet, ignoring the screaming protest of muscles I hadn't realized were so badly battered. My eyes darted across the bleak landscape, desperately seeking anything that might offer a glimmer of hope. Scanning the uneven ground, I spotted a cluster of loose stones, likely debris from some long-ago rockfall. They glinted dully in the harsh light, their edges knife-sharp, promising both protection and pain in equal measure. I lunged for the nearest one, my fingers scraping against the rough surface as I scrabbled to get a solid grip. In my peripheral vision, I saw the lead creature tense, its wiry muscles bunching beneath scales and fur as it prepared to spring. There was a moment of crystalline clarity, a heartbeat span where everything seemed to slow to a crawl, and then the world exploded back into violent motion. Primal fear gave way to an equally primal surge of rage, of defiance against the idea of being some monstrous predator's meal. I hurled the jagged stone with every last reserve of strength I could muster, my arm moving faster than I'd have believed possible. It arrowed through the air, the edges leaving minute shimmering contrails as the sunlight glinted off the moving rock. A heartbeat later, it slammed into the earth just ahead of the creatures, kicking up a small plume of dust and debris that momentarily obscured their nightmarish forms. "Stay back." The shout tore from my raw throat, nearly as painful as the actual wounds I'd sustained. Desperation bled into the words, my voice cracking, but somehow it still rang out like a challenge across the alien landscape. As the dust settled, I saw the beasts skitter backwards with uneasy snaps and yips, those unsettling yellow eyes blinking rapidly. They could have been confused by either the near miss of the stone or the unexpectedly defiant tone of my demand, or perhaps both. Good. Some deeply primal part of my psyche latched onto that moment of hesitation like a drowning man clutching at driftwood. Any hint of advantage against these overwhelming odds felt like a lifeline. With renewed determination stiffening my spine, I grabbed another rock and took aim, this time focusing on the creature that seemed poised to make the next lunge. My blood thundered in my ears as I called upon every reserve of strength and accuracy. The projectile left my hand with what felt like bone-shattering force, whizzing through the air like a gunshot. This time, my aim proved true, the stone pulverizing the beast's torso in a nauseating eruption of greenish ichor and shattered bone. The impact sent a spray of razor-edged shrapnel into the creatures on either side, eliciting yowls of pain and fear. My stomach roiled at the carnage, gorge rising in my throat, but a grim flicker of satisfaction pierced the horror and revulsion. They were backing off, if only for a moment. But a moment could mean the difference between life and death in a situation like this. I swallowed hard against the bitter taste of bile, my jaw clenching as I stared down the rest of the pack, silently daring them to try their luck. Yet even as a few of the creatures slunk backwards, the majority fanned out in a tighter semicircle, angling to surround me. The eerie coordination in their movements spoke of an uncanny intelligence, far beyond what any normal animal should possess. As they pressed in, a flash of memory broke through the wall of adrenaline and fear. Drifting in the lightless void, part of me had welcomed the idea of oblivion, thinking it had to be better than that endless yawning nothingness. Now, faced with a threat I could barely comprehend in a place that shouldn't exist, oblivion felt like a gentle embrace compared to the fate these things promised. Every fiber of my being rebelled against that dark surrender. I had lived through too much, fought too hard to escape the South Side and build some kind of life, to let it end like this. To be ripped apart on a stone plateau on some alien world that might be hell for all I knew. The idea of lying down and accepting that fate was more abhorrent than the pain and terror of trying to fight. I snatched up another stone, the edges biting into my palm, and brandished it like a talisman against the darkness pressing in from all sides. The beast's snarls and yips grew more frenzied, their hunger a palpable force beating against my mind. But I bared my teeth right back at them in a feral snarl of my own. If I was going down, it wouldn't be as a passive victim. Chicago had taught me that, if nothing else. One thing was certain. If I wanted to live to see another minute, whether in this forsaken place or any other, I would have to claw that minute from the jaws of these nightmarish predators. And by whatever power had hurled me into this hell and set an impossible strength in my bones, that was exactly what I intended to do. The next few moments unfolded in a chaotic whirlwind of violence and desperate survival. I had barely a heartbeat to catch my breath before one of the creatures bounded forward, its jaws snapping with brutal intent. Cursing under my breath, I realized I had no more stones at the ready. Pure instinct took over as the beast lunged and my fist lashed out to meet it. The impact was like nothing I had ever experienced. Just as before, when I had struck the first creature, the force behind my blow was terrifying. I could feel the crunch of the creature's skull as it seemed to crumple beneath my knuckles, the sensation nauseating and surreal. It was as if my hand had become a sledgehammer, capable of pulverizing bone with a single strike. The beast let out a sickening yelp as it flopped to the ground, its body twitching in its death throes. There was no time to process the horrifying implications. In my peripheral vision, I caught a blur of motion. Another creature leapt from my blind spot, its claws outstretched, aiming for my vulnerable shoulder. Reflex saved me. I twisted at the last possible second, feeling the whisper of its teeth as they raked across my upper arm. The pain was sharp and immediate, a bright line of agony that stood out even among the multitude of aches and bruises from my earlier ordeal. Gritting my teeth against the sting, I used the momentum of my spin to drive my elbow downward, feeling it connect with the creature's neck with a meaty thud. The force of the impact rippled up my arm as the beast was smashed into the dust, the crunch of its vertebrae audible even over the blood roaring in my ears. A savage, almost inhuman snarl tore from my throat, fueled by equal parts terror and fury. I could taste copper on my tongue, though whether it was from my own injuries or the violence I had just unleashed, I couldn't say. Desperation lent me speed as I snatched up another stone, pivoting on my heel to face the rest of the pack. They prowled closer, their eyes glinting with predatory hunger. Incredibly, despite the grisly fates of their packmates, several of the creatures continued to advance. Emboldened by their numbers, they closed in, seeking to overwhelm me. One beast in particular caught my eye. It was larger than the others, its scales a deeper, more mottled pattern. A guttural growl rumbled from its chest as it stepped forward, and I had the sinking realization that this must be the alpha of the pack. There was a cruel intelligence in its baleful gaze, a sense that it understood the advantage of sending its lesser packmates to wear me down before moving in for the kill itself. Its scaled tail lashed back and forth like a whip, betraying its agitation and eagerness to join the fray. Sucking in a ragged breath that seared my lungs, I hurled the stone with all my remaining might, aiming directly for the hulking alpha. Time seemed to slow as I watched the projectile arc through the air, my heart hammering against my ribs with painful intensity. But even as I willed the stone to fly true, I saw that my throw was off by mere inches. Instead of striking the alpha square in the skull, the jagged rock grazed its flank, tearing a gash in its hide and sending a spray of greenish blood spattering across the dusty ground. The alpha reacted with a roar of pain and rage, the sound filled with more fury than actual injury. Its lips peeled back from its fangs in a vicious snarl, and I could see the hunger in its eyes shift to a burning desire for vengeance. A string of blistering profanity hissed from between my clenched teeth as I darted a quick, desperate glance around, searching for another makeshift weapon. But there was nothing within reach. No handy stones or debris that I could grab in time. My heart thundered in my chest as the alpha charged, its powerful legs eating up the distance between us with terrifying speed. I braced myself as best I could, shifting my weight and raising my fists in a stance that promised as much violence as I could muster. If I was going to go down, it would be fighting with everything I had. But the alpha wasn't the only threat. Two of the smaller creatures lunged at me from the sides, their timing coordinated as if they had done this 100 times before. Snapping jaws aimed for my ankles, seeking to cripple and bring me down. Instinct took over once again as I lashed out with a vicious kick, feeling the satisfying crunch of bone as my boot connected. The creature let out a high-pitched yelp of agony as it was flung back, its leg bent at an unnatural angle. Its partner fared no better. As it sprang for my thigh, its jaws opened wide in a hideous display of dripping fangs and glistening gums. I managed to wrench my body to the side at the last instant, using the momentum to drive my elbow down like a hammer onto the creature's exposed spine. The wet snap of shattering vertebrae seemed to echo in my skull, and the beast collapsed in a boneless heap, its nervous system severed by the brutal blow. Bile surged in my throat at the shocking violence I had just unleashed. In the rational part of my mind, I recoiled from the savagery, the sheer brutal efficiency with which I had snuffed out 2 lives. But there was no room for horror or second-guessing, not with every fiber of my being locked into pure survival mode. Morality and consequences would have to wait unless I lived to see another day. The alpha took ruthless advantage of my momentary distraction. In a blur of mottled scales and corded muscle, it launched itself at my back, its claws raking across my shoulder blade in a white-hot flare of agony. A strangled cry tore from my throat as I felt its teeth gnash dangerously close to my ear, the stench of its breath filling my nostrils. Panic turned my blood to ice water as I realized that a split second's hesitation would see those fangs close around my jugular. Abandoning any semblance of strategy, I reached back over my shoulder, my fingers scrabbling against the thick, scaly hide of the alpha's neck. Somehow, I managed to dig my digits into its flesh, the sensation not unlike trying to find purchase on a craggy cliff face. With a bellow of pain and desperate exertion, I wrenched the creature off my back. The alpha was easily twice my size, but in that moment, it felt as though I wielded the strength of 10 men. I flung the beast to the ground with enough force to send a shudder through the earth, the impact accompanied by a wet, meaty thud. The alpha let out a high-pitched whine as the air was driven from its lungs by the impact, but I didn't dare give it a chance to recover. Before it could even begin to struggle to its feet, I brought my boot down on its torso with all the force I could muster. The blow reverberated up my leg, the shock of it rattling my teeth. Beneath my foot, I felt the crunch of ribs shattering, and the alpha let out a final, rattling wheeze as its chest caved in. For a heartbeat that seemed to stretch into eternity, there was no sound save for my own ragged breathing, each gulp of air burning my lungs like I was breathing in shards of glass. I stood there trembling, feeling as though I had become something feral and unrecognizable. Every sense felt dialed up to an excruciating degree, each nerve ending raw and screaming. The coppery scent of blood mingled with the acrid stench of the creature's alien musk, creating a miasma that made my stomach roil. I could feel the warm, sticky wetness of various fluids spattering my skin and soaking into my tattered clothing, some of it mine, some belonging to the beasts I had just slaughtered. My arms and legs trembled violently, muscles pushed far past the point of exhaustion by the flood of adrenaline and the desperate violence of the fight. Several of the remaining creatures, seeing their alpha's brutal demise, stumbled to a halt in mid-charge. I could see the calculation in their eerily intelligent eyes as they flicked their gaze from my blood-spattered form to the broken, twitching bodies of their packmates. It was as if they were re-evaluating the odds, trying to decide if the potential meal I represented was worth the risk of going the way of their fallen comrades. Get away! The words tore from my raw throat in a hoarse, guttural roar, my voice nearly unrecognizable to my own ears. I was under no illusions about my condition. If the remaining beasts pressed the attack now, I would be hard-pressed to fend them off. But I raised my fists once more, bloodied and bruised as they were, determined to go down swinging if it came to that. The thought of lying down and accepting my fate, of letting these nightmarish creatures tear me apart without a fight, was anathema to every stubborn, defiant bone in my body. For a tense, stretched-out moment, I stared into those feral yellow eyes, my heart pounding like a war drum against my ribs. Neither I nor the creatures moved a muscle, locked into a primal tableau of predator and prey, hunter and hunted. The very air seemed to crackle with the tension, the only sound the rasp of my labored breathing and the soft snarls of the remaining beasts. Then, as if in response to some silent, inaudible cue, the pack began to splinter apart. One by one, they backed away, their yips and whines taking on a distinctly uneasy tenor. A few dared to linger, their teeth still bared in snarls that were equal parts threat and frustrated hunger. But as I took a single menacing step forward, even those holdouts turned tail and fled, vanishing into the hazy distance like ghosts melting into the shadows. My skin crawled with the sensation of being caked in dust, sweat, and the creature's viscous, stinking fluids. The air reeked of fear and spilled blood, the cloying stench invading my nostrils until I thought I might choke on it, and that's when I heard it. A sound that sent a fresh jolt of ice water down my spine. It was a faint chiming, almost melodic, like the digital tones of some electronic device. Head snapping around, I searched frantically for the source of the noise, half expecting to see another human being standing behind me. But there was no one there. Nothing but the corpses of my vanquished foes and the endless alien landscape spreading out in all directions. Before I could even begin to process that realization, the sound came again, and with a start, I realized that it seemed to be emanating from inside my own skull. The chiming echoed between my ears, reverberating through my aching head in a way that had nothing to do with physical acoustics. Then, as if to compound the sheer surreality of the moment, a voice spoke, disembodied, robotic, and implacable.
You have leveled up.
4 simple words, delivered in a flat, emotionless monotone. But they hit me like a physical blow, rocking me back on my heels. Leveled up? The phrase conjured immediate associations with video games, the kind of thing I might have heard while mashing buttons on a controller back in my old life. But this was no game. The blood, the pain, the mind-bending impossibility of my situation, all of it was terrifyingly, viscerally real. As if to drive that point home, the strangeness only escalated. Before my disbelieving eyes, a shimmering display flickered into existence. It hovered in midair before me, translucent and ethereal, like a hologram torn straight from the pages of a science fiction novel. I had to bite back a scream at the sight, my heart leaping into my throat as if trying to escape the confines of my chest. Words and icons glowed with an otherworldly luminescence, arranging themselves in a format that my shell-shocked brain couldn't help but liken to something out of an RPG. Health bars, experience points, attributes, all laid out with a clinical precision that stood in stark contrast to the chaos and brutality I had just endured. With mounting horror, I scanned the lines of text, each one hitting me like a punch to the gut. Name. Race, Mythical Scion. Level, 0 to 1. Updated. Abilities, none. Status, minor injuries. Questions crashed through my mind like runaway trains, each one more desperate and disbelieving than the last. What was this thing? Why was it here, floating before me like a fever dream given form? What did it mean, this talk of races and levels and abilities? I had never been the most imaginative person, but this defied any frame of reference I possessed. It was like staring into the face of a new reality, one where the rules I had always known had been rewritten by an alien hand. My breath came in shallow, rapid pants as I stood there, rooted to the spot, trying to make sense of the incomprehensible. The glowing sigils and numbers seemed to mock me with their very existence, burning themselves into my retinas until I couldn't look away. I found myself raising a trembling hand, some part of me compelled to reach out and touch the strange display, to confirm that it was really there and not some stress-induced hallucination. But before my fingers could make contact, a wave of dizziness crashed over me with the force of a tsunami. It felt as though the world had suddenly tilted on its axis, sending me staggering drunkenly to one side. My vision swam, colors bleeding together into a sickening kaleidoscope. I tried to brace myself, to will my body to obey, but it was like trying to command a puppet with cut strings. To my horror, I felt my legs give out beneath me, my knees turning to jelly in an instant. Pitching forward, I had a moment of perfect, terrible clarity, one last coherent thought before the darkness rushed up to claim me. The same question that had haunted me since I first woke in this nightmare reared its head once more, taking on a new and awful significance in light of what I had just seen. What in the world had I become? And then there was nothing but the black. Chapter 4. When I finally regained my senses, I found myself lying flat on my back, staring up at an endless expanse of sky that stretched out above me like a vast, unbroken canvas. For several long moments, I simply lay there, unmoving, my thoughts drifting aimlessly through the haze of disorientation that clung to my mind like a stubborn fog. I tried to focus, to recall the events that had led me to this strange place, but the memories were fragmented and elusive, slipping through my mental grasp like wisps of smoke. Fractured images flashed behind my eyelids, the cosmic turmoil that had torn through Chicago, the searing pain that had engulfed me as I was ripped from my world, and the dizzying, incomprehensible transition through what I could only describe as a black hole. Each recollection was a shard of broken glass, sharp-edged and painful to touch. Above me, the sky was a study in unnatural stillness. This world's sun, a bloated, angry-looking orb that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, hung motionless in what appeared to be a perpetual state of midday. Its harsh, unrelenting light poured down on the blasted landscape like a physical weight, casting everything in a flat, shadowless glare. There was no sign of movement, no hint of a celestial body slowly tracking across the heavens. It was as if time itself had been frozen in place, suspended in an eternal moment of oppressive heat and blinding brightness. As I sat there, blinking owlishly in the unforgiving glare, my eyes were drawn to the scattered debris that littered the ground a short distance away. The tattered remains of the strange coyote lizard creatures I had fought lay strewn across the dusty earth, their twisted bodies bearing mute testament to the vicious, desperate battle I had barely survived. The memory of that frantic skirmish sent a fresh surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins, my heart pounding against my ribs like a drum. In my mind's eye, I could see with perfect clarity the way my desperate, flailing blows had crushed bones and pulverized flesh, destroying those nightmare beasts with a savagery I had never known myself capable of. The raw, unfettered power I had displayed in that fight frightened me on a primal level. Back home in Chicago, I had been no stranger to violence. Growing up on the gritty streets of the South Side, I had learned early on how to throw a decent punch to defend myself when the situation demanded it. But this was something else entirely. The things I had done to those creatures, the ease with which I had snuffed out their lives, it was like nothing I had ever experienced before. That line of thought sparked another memory, a fleeting image of the translucent window that had flickered into existence before me, just before I had succumbed to the black tide of unconsciousness. I could distinctly recall the words that had glowed in midair, shimmering with an otherworldly light. You have leveled up. And then there had been the strange attributes, the cryptic references to things like race, mythical Scion. It was all so surreal, so utterly divorced from anything I had ever known, that for a moment I wondered if I had simply dreamed it all, if my battered mind had conjured up some wild hallucination in an effort to cope with the trauma of my arrival in this place. But no, it had been real. I was sure of it. Seized by a sudden impulse, I focused my thoughts and willed the same menu to appear before me, half expecting to be greeted by nothing more than empty air. To my amazement, the window materialized in front of me as if summoned by my very thoughts. The suddenness of it startled me so badly that I nearly toppled over backwards, my heart leaping into my throat. The bright, unrelenting daylight made the display appear faintly translucent, like a pane of frosted glass, but I could still make out the lines of text that hovered in the air before me, each one burning with a steady, unwavering radiance. Name, not configured. Race, Mythical Scion. Level, 1. Class, none selected. Affinities, fire, 100%. Lightning, 100%. Water, 100%. Earth, 100%. A series of question marks followed the final line, accompanied by additional affinity slots that stretched off into the distance. It didn't take a genius to figure out that those blank spaces represented new types of elemental or mystical power that I had yet to unlock, abilities that went far beyond the scope of anything I had ever imagined. But it was the words Mythical Scion that drew my gaze like a magnet, that set my thoughts racing with a dizzying mix of confusion and trepidation. I mouthed the phrase silently, as if by giving it voice I could somehow force it to make sense. I knew what I was, or at least I knew what I had been before the world had gone mad. Human, a man, a construction worker from Chicago with all the flaws and foibles that entailed. But now, staring at that glowing text that hung in the air like an accusation, I felt a cold sliver of fear pierce my heart. If this was to be believed, if I was really something called a mythical scion, then what did that make me now? Something more than human? Or perhaps something less? Before I could tumble too far down that existential rabbit hole, my stomach emitted a low, gurgling growl that dragged me kicking and screaming back to more immediate concerns. Hunger. Now there was a sensation I recognized, a feeling that was as familiar as my own heartbeat. For all the strangeness and horror of my current situation, the simple primal need for sustenance was something I could latch onto, a problem I could actually solve. My gaze fell on the mangled remains of the coyote lizard things. The very thought of eating their flesh turned my stomach, sending a wave of nausea rolling through me. But I knew I had no choice. I was stranded in an alien environment, with no idea of how to find food or water beyond what I could scavenge from my surroundings. If I wanted to survive, if I wanted to have any hope of finding answers or a way back home, I needed to be practical. I needed to do whatever it took to keep myself alive. Steeling myself against the revulsion that twisted my gut, I dragged myself to my feet and limped over to the nearest carcass. Up close, the creature was even more unsettling. A nightmarish fusion of mammal and reptile, its hide a patchwork of coarse fur and iridescent scales that glinted dully in the harsh sunlight. Fighting down the urge to gag, I crouched beside the dead beast and cast about for something I could use as a tool. My eyes fell on a nearby rock, its surface jagged and sharp-edged. Grasping it tightly in one hand, I used the other to gingerly peel back a section of the creature's hide, exposing the dark, sinewy muscle beneath. The stench that wafted up from the opened wound was overwhelming, a pungent, cloying reek that made my eyes water and my gorge rise. But I gritted my teeth and forced myself to continue, using the razor-sharp edge of the stone to carefully carve away a chunk of meat that looked relatively untainted by the greenish ichor that oozed from the creature's wounds. As I worked, I tried not to think too hard about what I was doing, tried not to dwell on the fact that I was butchering an alien creature for food like some kind of savage. Instead, I focused on the mechanics of the task, on the rhythmic sawing motion of the stone as it parted flesh from bone. In a way, it was almost meditative, a simple, repetitive action that allowed me to distance myself from the horror of my situation, if only for a moment. When I had finished, I was left with a small pile of bloody, ragged-edged meat. It wasn't much, but it would have to do. My plan was to lay the strips out on a flat rock and let the relentless heat of the sun dry them into something resembling jerky. A poor substitute for a proper meal, but better than nothing. Beggars couldn't be choosers after all. I found a suitable spot a short distance away, a relatively flat expanse of ground that was mostly free of the ever-present dust. Arranging the strips of meat carefully on the sun-baked earth, I stepped back and surveyed my handiwork with a critical eye. It wasn't pretty, but it would serve its purpose. The intense, unwavering heat that beat down from above would make short work of dehydrating the flesh, turning it into something that could be stored and eaten later. With that task accomplished, I allowed myself a moment to simply stand there and breathe, my mind churning with a maelstrom of conflicting emotions. It was hard to know what to think, what to feel. On the one hand, I was alive, and that was no small thing, given the sheer insanity of what I had just been through. But on the other hand, I was stranded in a world that was so utterly alien, so completely divorced from anything I had ever known, that it was hard to even wrap my mind around it. Everything about this place felt subtly wrong. The ground beneath my feet, the air I breathed, even the sky above my head. Nothing was quite as it should have been, and yet at the same time, nothing was overtly hostile either. I wasn't suffocating, or burning, or being crushed by some unseen force. Whatever power had brought me here, it seemed content to let me live, for now at least. As I stood there, lost in thought, a glimmer of curiosity began to take root in my mind. It wasn't just the bizarre creatures or the floating menu that intrigued me, but everything about this strange new world. I wanted to know more, needed to know more, if I was going to have any hope of surviving here in the long term. And then, like a bolt from the blue, an idea struck me. The interface that hovered at the edges of my vision. What if it could tell me more? Most of the video games I had played back on Earth had some kind of tutorial or help system, something that could guide a new player through the basics of the game. Maybe this was no different. Maybe, if I just knew where to look, I could find the answers I so desperately needed. Focusing my attention on the translucent display once more, I scanned its glowing surface with an intensity born of desperation. And there, in the bottom corner, I saw it. A small, pulsing circle of light, shimmering with a gentle blue radiance that seemed to beckon me closer. A label hovered above it, tantalizingly out of reach. Summon Information Pixie. Cost, 1 mana. My heart began to race as I read those words, a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins. An Information Pixie. Just the name alone was enough to set my imagination alight with possibilities. But what really caught my attention was the mention of mana, a term I recognized from countless hours spent playing fantasy RPGs. If this interface operated on similar principles, then that glowing bar at the bottom of my vision must represent my own mana pool. I glanced at it now, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The bar was only about 10% full, a sliver of brilliant blue against the backdrop of my vision. I wasn't entirely sure what that meant in practical terms. How much power did 10% of a mana bar actually represent? But the fact that the summoning icon wasn't grayed out seemed to imply that I had just enough juice left to call forth this mysterious entity. Part of me balked at the idea of spending such a precious resource on something so uncertain. After all, I had no idea what would happen when I pressed that button. For all I knew, it could summon forth some kind of horrible monster or drain away what little vitality I had left. But at the same time, I knew I couldn't afford to let fear hold me back. I needed answers, needed to understand what had happened to me and why. And if this pixie could provide even a scrap of information that could help me survive in this alien wasteland, well, then it would be worth almost any price. Drawing in a deep, steadying breath, I reached out with one trembling hand and tapped the glowing icon before I could lose my nerve. Instantly, a tingling sensation raced through my body, like a jolt of static electricity that set every nerve ending alight. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. The world around me remained as still and silent as ever, the only sound the harsh rasp of my own breathing. But then, as I watched in amazement, the air in front of me began to shimmer and twist, like a heat haze rising from sun-baked asphalt. The distortion intensified, warping and buckling until it resembled a miniature cyclone of light and color, a vortex of pure energy that seemed to defy the very laws of physics. And then, with a final pulse of blinding radiance, something emerged from the heart of that maelstrom. A tiny, winged figure, no larger than the palm of my hand. As the light faded and my vision cleared, I found myself staring at a creature that could only be described as a fairy. A delicate, ethereal being with pointed ears and gossamer wings that glittered like diamonds in the harsh sunlight. She hovered there in midair, suspended by some unseen force, her tiny form radiating a soft, pulsing glow that made her seem almost unreal. I had to crane my neck to get a better look at her, my mind struggling to process the sheer impossibility of what I was seeing. Up close, her features were astonishingly detailed. Every line and curve of her face was perfectly formed, like a masterpiece of miniature sculpture come to life. Her limbs were slender and graceful, her fingers long and delicate, and her wings. God, her wings were a marvel, a pair of translucent membranes that shimmered like dragonfly wings in the sunlight. For a moment, all I could do was stare at her, my mouth hanging open in a mixture of awe and disbelief. How was this possible? How could something so small, so fragile, exist in a world as harsh and unforgiving as this one? The questions crowded my mind, jostling for attention like a pack of unruly schoolchildren. But before I could give voice to any of them, the pixie opened her mouth and spoke. Her voice was like the chiming of tiny silver bells, high and clear and impossibly sweet.
Greetings, Mythic Scion,
She said, her words ringing out across the empty plain.
Do you have any questions for me? I would be pleased to answer.
For a long, stretching moment, all I could do was stare at the impossible creature hovering before me, my mind struggling to reconcile the sheer absurdity of her existence with the grim reality of my situation. A whirlwind of half-formed thoughts and emotions flitted through my skull like startled birds, each one more confounding than the last. Real fairies? Mythical beings that existed outside the realm of storybooks and children's tales? It was almost too much to process. And yet, there she was, living, breathing proof that everything I thought I knew about the world had been turned on its head. She hovered there in the empty air, her delicate form radiating a soft, pulsing glow that put me in mind of a firefly's bioluminescence, only infinitely more refined and ethereal. The light seemed to emanate from somewhere deep within her, suffusing her translucent wings and porcelain skin with a gentle radiance that was almost painful to look upon. You can talk?" The words finally burst from my lips in a strangled stutter, my voice cracking with a mixture of shock and something that might have been wonder. I felt like a child again, staring slack-jawed at some incredible marvel that defied all logic and reason. At my question, the pixie's wings fluttered rapidly, stirring the air around her in a faint breeze that carried the scent of something sweet and otherworldly. She rose a few more inches into the air, her movements graceful and precise, as though she were a ballerina performing an intricate dance upon an invisible stage. There was a dignity to her bearing, a regal quality that belied her diminutive size.
Of course I can talk,
She replied, her voice chiming like silver bells on a crisp winter morning.
It is my function to communicate with you after all. I am your information pixie, assigned to provide initial guidance.
I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry as dust. Glancing furtively around the barren, lifeless landscape that stretched out in all directions, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, that hidden eyes were observing our every move from some unseen vantage point. "So," I began hesitantly, "you're part of this system?" I gestured vaguely at the floating menu that still hovered at the edges of my vision, its glowing sigils and arcane symbols burning themselves into my retinas. The pixie nodded, the motion sending a ripple of light cascading through her silvery hair like a waterfall of stars.
Precisely,
She confirmed, her tone warm but formal, like a tutor addressing a particularly dense student.
The interface is a tool made available to you upon arrival in Gia, calibrated to fit your cognitive patterns. My role is to answer basic questions about your situation, within the limits of my clearance, naturally.
Wincing slightly at the stiffness in my joints, I straightened up and dusted the powdery grit from my elbows, trying to affect an air of nonchalance that I in no way felt. "What do you mean by clearance?" I asked, my brow furrowing in confusion. "And while we're at it, where exactly am I? And Mythical Scion? That's what it says I am. Am I not human anymore?" The pixie smiled at my barrage of questions, but there was a distant quality to her expression, as though she were only partially present in the moment.
You are in Gia,
She explained patiently.
a solar world enclosed within a colossal sphere or Dyson-sphere-like structure that houses a star at its center. Some might call it a refugee camp on an astronomical scale, built to shelter visitors, like you, who appear through spatial anomalies.
She paused for a moment, her luminous eyes seeming to bore into mine with an intensity that made me want to flinch away.
As for your new designation, Mythical Scion, it refers to an enhanced state of existence you have entered upon crossing over into this place. Strictly speaking, you are no longer just human.
Her words hit me like a physical blow, driving the air from my lungs in a sharp exhalation. My heart began to pound faster, the blood rushing in my ears like the roar of a distant ocean. Refugee camp? I echoed numbly, my voice sounding small and lost even to my own ears. Wait, so there are others like me? Again, the pixie nodded, a single precise dip of her chin.
Yes,
She confirmed.
though details on their numbers or locations are not within my purview to share. Clearance is a measure put in place by the benefactors, the creators and overseers of Gia. Information is provided only as you progress. Once I have finished this initial briefing, you will not be able to summon me again until you have advanced your capabilities further.
Her answer unleashed a flood of new questions that crowded the tip of my tongue, each one jostling for supremacy like starving dogs fighting over a scrap of meat. If Gia had been built as a safe haven, then who were these benefactors that had created it, and for what purpose? What did they want with people like me, lost souls plucked from the wreckage of shattered worlds and deposited in this impossible place like so much cosmic flotsam? And perhaps most pressing of all, was there any way for me to return to Earth? To see the familiar skyline of Chicago once more? To hear the ceaseless hum of the city that had been my home for as long as I could remember? But even as these queries burned in my mind, I found myself hesitating, held back by the knowledge that my time with the pixie was limited. She had already made it clear that once this initial meeting was over, I would be on my own until I had proven myself worthy of further information. If I bombarded her with too many questions now, I risked losing her altogether, left with nothing but fragmented half-answers and a yawning void of uncertainty. And so, with an effort of will that felt like trying to hold back the tide, I forced myself to take a slow, calming breath, my chest expanding and contracting with the measured rhythm of a man steeling himself for a difficult task. "All right," I said at last, my voice steadier than I had expected. "If we can only speak briefly, then I need the essentials. You said Gia is a refuge for people who come here from other worlds through portals, right? And I arrived after being sucked in by that cosmic nightmare." The pixie tilted her head to one side, her expression softening in a way that seemed almost sympathetic.
Correct.
She affirmed gently.
In simpler terms, your world experienced what you might call a dimensional breach, and you were pulled through. Gia's systems detected your arrival and adjusted your environment to keep you alive. You received the interface to help you adapt. The Mythical Scion classification is unique to those who arrive via these unpredictable ruptures.
Almost unconscious. Chapter 4. When I finally regained my senses, I found myself lying flat on my back, staring up at an endless expanse of sky that stretched out above me like a vast, unbroken canvas. For several long moments, I simply lay there, unmoving, my thoughts drifting aimlessly through the haze of disorientation that clung to my mind like a stubborn fog. I tried to focus, to recall the events that had led me to this strange place, but the memories were fragmented and elusive, slipping through my mental grasp like wisps of smoke. Fractured images flashed behind my eyelids, the cosmic turmoil that had torn through Chicago, the searing pain that had engulfed me as I was ripped from my world, and the dizzying, incomprehensible transition through what I could only describe as a black hole. Each recollection was a shard of broken glass, sharp-edged and painful to touch. Above me, the sky was a study in unnatural stillness. This world's sun, a bloated, angry-looking orb that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, hung motionless in what appeared to be a perpetual state of midday. Its harsh, unrelenting light poured down on the blasted landscape like a physical weight, casting everything in a flat, shadowless glare. There was no sign of movement, no hint of a celestial body slowly tracking across the heavens. It was as if time itself had been frozen in place, suspended in an eternal moment of oppressive heat and blinding brightness. As I sat there, blinking owlishly in the unforgiving glare, My eyes were drawn to the scattered debris that littered the ground a short distance away. The tattered remains of the strange coyote lizard creatures I had fought lay strewn across the dusty earth, their twisted bodies bearing mute testament to the vicious, desperate battle I had barely survived. The memory of that frantic skirmish sent a fresh surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins, my heart pounding against my ribs like a drum. In my mind's eye, I could see with perfect clarity the way my desperate, flailing blows had crushed bones and pulverized flesh, destroying those nightmare beasts with a savagery I had never known myself capable of. The raw, unfettered power I had displayed in that fight frightened me on a primal level. Back home in Chicago, I had been no stranger to violence. Growing up on the gritty streets of the South Side, I had learned early on how to throw a decent punch to defend myself when the situation demanded it. But this was something else entirely. The things I had done to those creatures, the ease with which I had snuffed out their lives, it was like nothing I had ever experienced before. That line of thought sparked another memory, a fleeting image of the translucent window that had flickered into existence before me, just before I had succumbed to the black tide of unconsciousness. I could distinctly recall the words that had glowed in midair, shimmering with an otherworldly light. You have leveled up. And then there had been the strange attributes, the cryptic references to things like race, mythical Scion. It was all so surreal, so utterly divorced from anything I had ever known, that for a moment I wondered if I had simply dreamed it all, if my battered mind had conjured up some wild hallucination in an effort to cope with the trauma of my arrival in this place. But no, it had been real. I was sure of it. Seized by a sudden impulse, I focused my thoughts and willed the same menu to appear before me, half expecting to be greeted by nothing more than empty air. To my amazement, the window materialized in front of me as if summoned by my very thoughts. The suddenness of it startled me so badly that I nearly toppled over backwards, my heart leaping into my throat. The bright, unrelenting daylight made the display appear faintly translucent, like a pane of frosted glass, but I could still make out the lines of text that hovered in the air before me, each one burning with a steady, unwavering radiance. Name, not configured. Race, Mythical Scion. Level, 1. Class, none selected. Affinities, fire, 100%. Lightning, 100%. Water, 100%. Earth, 100%. A series of question marks followed the final line, accompanied by additional affinity slots that stretched off into the distance. It didn't take a genius to figure out that those blank spaces represented new types of elemental or mystical power that I had yet to unlock, abilities that went far beyond the scope of anything I had ever imagined. But it was the words Mythical Scion that drew my gaze like a magnet, that set my thoughts racing with a dizzying mix of confusion and trepidation. I mouthed the phrase silently, as if by giving it voice I could somehow force it to make sense. I knew what I was, or at least I knew what I had been before the world had gone mad. Human, a man, a construction worker from Chicago with all the flaws and foibles that entailed. But now, staring at that glowing text that hung in the air like an accusation, I felt a cold sliver of fear pierce my heart. If this was to be believed, if I was really something called a mythical Scion, then what did that make me now? Something more than human? Or perhaps something less? Before I could tumble too far down that existential rabbit hole, my stomach emitted a low, gurgling growl that dragged me kicking and screaming back to more immediate concerns. Hunger. Now there was a sensation I recognized, a feeling that was as familiar as my own heartbeat. For all the strangeness and horror of my current situation, the simple primal need for sustenance was something I could latch onto, a problem I could actually solve. My gaze fell on the mangled remains of the coyote lizard things. The very thought of eating their flesh turned my stomach, sending a wave of nausea rolling through me, but I knew I had no choice. I was stranded in an alien environment, with no idea of how to find food or water beyond what I could scavenge from my surroundings. If I wanted to survive, if I wanted to have any hope of finding answers or a way back home, I needed to be practical. I needed to do whatever it took to keep myself alive. Steeling myself against the revulsion that twisted my gut, I dragged myself to my feet and limped over to the nearest carcass. Up close, the creature was even more unsettling. A nightmarish fusion of mammal and reptile, its hide a patchwork of coarse fur and iridescent scales that glinted dully in the harsh sunlight. Fighting down the urge to gag, I crouched beside the dead beast and cast about for something I could use as a tool. My eyes fell on a nearby rock, its surface jagged and sharp-edged. Grasping it tightly in one hand, I used the other to gingerly peel back a section of the creature's hide, exposing the dark, sinewy muscle beneath. The stench that wafted up from the opened wound was overwhelming, a pungent, cloying reek that made my eyes water and my gorge rise. But I gritted my teeth and forced myself to continue, using the razor-sharp edge of the stone to carefully carve away a chunk of meat that looked relatively untainted by the greenish ichor that oozed from the creature's wounds. As I worked, I tried not to think too hard about what I was doing, tried not to dwell on the fact that I was butchering an alien creature. Chapter 5. A heavy stillness settled over the barren landscape as the pixie's form dissipated into nothingness, leaving me alone once more beneath the unrelenting glare of Gia's unchanging sun. For several long moments, I simply stood there, my mind churning with the implications of everything she had revealed. Her words echoed in my skull like the tolling of some distant bell, each one a reminder of the impossible reality I now found myself in. The dryness in my mouth and the stinging in my eyes served as acute reminders of my body's growing need for water, the thirst and insistent presence that scraped at the back of my throat like sandpaper. And yet, despite the physical discomfort, I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of invigoration thrumming through my veins. The pixie's answers, limited and cryptic though they had been, represented the first real glimmer of understanding I'd had since awakening in this alien realm. They were a starting point, a foundation upon which I could begin to build a plan for survival. Tearing my gaze away from the empty spot where the pixie had hovered mere moments before, I surveyed the surrounding terrain with a critical eye. The dusty ground was littered with the tattered remains of the coyote lizard pack I had fought, their twisted bodies already beginning to bake beneath the relentless heat. The air had grown ominously still in the aftermath of the battle, the silence broken only by the occasional whisper of wind that stirred the loose grit into lazy swirls. Instinct prickled at the back of my neck, a wordless warning that lingering near the carcasses for too long could be a dangerous proposition. In a place as harsh and unforgiving as this, the scent of death was sure to attract scavengers and predators alike, drawn to the promise of an easy meal. And yet, I knew that I couldn't afford to abandon the meager strips of meat I had painstakingly laid out to dry. In a world where every scrap of sustenance could mean the difference between life and death, I had to be pragmatic. Pushing down the flicker of unease that coiled in my gut, I approached the flat rock where I had arranged the thin strips of alien flesh. The back of my hand brushed against the surface, testing for any hint of the jerky-like texture I had been hoping for. But the meat remained tacky and pliable, a far cry from the desiccated state that would signal it was safe to consume. It was a disheartening realization, one that drove home just how ill-equipped I was to survive in this unforgiving landscape. It would take hours, perhaps even a full day, of exposure to the scorching heat before the strips would begin to harden and cure. And even then, there was no guarantee that they would be truly edible. As I leaned in to examine them more closely, my nostrils twitched at the faintly rancid scent that wafted up from the moist flesh. It was a sickly sweet odor, tinged with an undertone of something sharp and chemical that made my gorge rise. Hunger gnawed at my insides like a living thing, a yawning void that demanded to be filled. It was a primal urge, one that threatened to override the revulsion that twisted in my gut at the thought of consuming alien meat that might be teeming with unknown pathogens or toxins. I knew that I couldn't afford to be picky, that I would have to take risks if I wanted to keep myself alive. But the specter of some exotic illness or paralytic poison lingered at the edges of my thoughts, a constant reminder of the danger that lurked in every shadow of this world. With a heavy sigh, I turned away from the makeshift curing rack and made my way back to the spot where I had conversed with the pixie. Exhaustion settled over me like a leaden shroud as I sank to the hard-packed earth, my muscles aching with the aftershocks of adrenaline and exertion. In the absence of the pixie's mesmerizing presence, the floating interface that hovered at the edges of my vision felt cold and impersonal, more like lines of sterile code than a gateway to untold wonders. I forced myself to focus on the status bars that pulsed gently in my peripheral vision, taking stock of my condition with a critical eye. Health, 80%. The number was a stark reminder of the toll that the battle and the harsh environment had taken on my body. I could feel the aches and pains of a dozen small hurts, the dull throb of bruises and the sharp sting of cuts that had yet to fully scab over. Mana, Nulla, Procent. The bar lay empty and dormant, drained of whatever arcane energy had fueled my brief communion with the pixie. Without any frame of reference for what a full mana pool might represent, I could only assume that summoning her had consumed whatever meager reserves I had started with. The thought left me feeling strangely vulnerable, like a climber scaling a sheer cliff face without a safety line. Stamina, 40%. Of all the numbers that glowed before me, this one concerned me the most. It was a testament to the bone-deep weariness that suffused every fiber of my being, the product of too many shocks to the system in too short a span of time. Between the mind-bending horror of being ripped from my world, the desperate battle against the coyote lizards, and the relentless sapping heat of Gia's sun, it was a wonder I was still on my feet at all. But I knew I couldn't afford to rest for long. The thought of letting my guard down completely, of drifting off into the vulnerability of true sleep, sent a spike of fear racing down my spine. In this alien landscape, with its impossible vistas and unknown dangers, even a moment's inattention could spell disaster. I needed to find shelter, a place where I could hole up and catch my breath without fear of being torn apart by some new monstrosity. Forcing my leaden limbs into motion, I hauled myself upright and scanned the horizon, searching for anything that might offer a modicum of protection. At first, there was nothing but an endless expanse of dust and rock, broken only by the occasional clump of desiccated vegetation that clung to life with dogged tenacity. But then, just as despair began to sink its claws into my heart, I caught a glimpse of something rising up from the monotony of the wasteland. It was a rock formation, low and jagged, its edges worn smooth by countless eons of wind and grit. From a distance, it appeared to be little more than a minor interruption in the landscape, a footnote in the grand tapestry of Gia's desolation. But as I drew closer, picking my way across the sun-baked earth with cautious steps, I began to realize that it was far larger than I had initially thought. The dry soil crunched beneath the soles of my boots with each step, sending up puffs of fine dust that swirled lazily in the still air. It was a sound that seemed to echo across the barren expanse, a reminder of just how alone I truly was in this alien realm. But I pushed down the flicker of unease that coiled in my gut and pressed onward, my eyes locked on the promise of shelter that loomed ahead. As I approached the base of the formation, I caught sight of a shallow overhang that jutted out from the weathered stone, creating a small pocket of shade that stood out in sharp relief against the blinding glare of the sun. It wasn't much, certainly no grand cavern or hidden grotto, but it represented a refuge of sorts, a place where I could rest my battered body and try to gather my wits. Gratefully, I ducked beneath the rocky shelf and sank to the ground, pressing my back against the cool stone with a sigh of relief. The shade was a paltry thing, scarcely enough to take the edge off the oppressive heat, but after so long spent beneath the unrelenting glare of Gia's star, it felt like a blessing from the gods. Silence settled over me like a shroud as I sat there, broken only by the rasp of my own breathing and the occasional gust of wind that whistled through the crevices in the rock. In that stillness, my thoughts began to wander, drifting back to the cryptic words the pixie had spoken before vanishing back into the ether. She had spoken of clearance and benefactors, of shadowy entities who held dominion over this impossible place. The thought of it sent a chill racing down my spine, a flicker of unease that had nothing to do with the temperature. What kind of beings could possess the power and technology to construct an entire Dyson-sphere, to harness the might of a star itself in service of some grand design? And more importantly, what could they possibly want with the likes of me? It was a question that gnawed at the edges of my mind, a puzzle that seemed to grow more complex with each passing moment. In all my years on Earth, I had never given much thought to the idea of life beyond the stars. Oh, I had heard the theories and the speculation, the idle chatter of scientists and dreamers who spoke of the possibility of alien civilizations hidden among the vast expanses of the cosmos. But it had always seemed like little more than a flight of fancy, a conceit of those who had too much time on their hands and too little grounding in reality. But now, as I sat there beneath that alien sun, surrounded by wonders and horrors beyond my wildest imaginings, I couldn't help but feel a sense of awe mingled with trepidation. The scale of what I had witnessed, the casual defiance of every law of physics and reason I had ever known, was staggering. It spoke of a level of power and understanding that dwarfed anything humanity had ever dreamed of, let alone achieved. And yet, even as my mind reeled with the implications of it all, I couldn't shake the nagging sense that there was something more to this place than met the eye. If Gia truly was some sort of cosmic refuge, a sanctuary for wayward souls plucked from the brink of oblivion, then surely there had to be a purpose behind it all. A reason for the benefactors to go to such lengths, to expend such vast resources on behalf of beings they had never met. The possibilities swirled in my head like leaves caught in a whirlwind, each one more dizzying than the last. But try as I might, I could find no clear answer, no neat resolution to the tangled web of questions that seemed to grow more complex with each passing moment. In the end, all I could do was sit there, my back pressed against the unyielding stone, and let the exhaustion that had been clawing at the edges of my consciousness finally claim its due. It crept over me like a rising tide, a leaden weight that seemed to drag at my limbs and cloud my thoughts. I fought against it at first, clinging to the fading shreds of awareness with stubborn determination. But as the minutes ticked by and the adrenaline that had sustained me through the long, brutal day slowly ebbed away, I felt my eyelids begin to droop and my head begin to nod. Sleep claimed me in fits and starts, a shallow, fitful thing that was hardly deserving of the name. My dreams were strange and disjointed, a kaleidoscope of shattered images and half-formed memories that swirled together in a dizzying dance. I saw the streets of Chicago, the familiar skyline rendered alien and twisted by the prism of my exhaustion. I saw the yawning void of the cosmic rift that had torn me from my world, felt the searing agony of being unmade and reborn in the crucible of its impossible energies. Time lost all meaning in that place between waking and sleeping, the minutes and hours bleeding together until I could no longer tell where one ended and the other began. When I finally jolted awake, my heart pounding and my skin slick with sweat, I had no idea how long I had been insensate. For all I knew, I could have been lying there for a few scant minutes or the better part of a day. But one thing I knew for certain, Gia's sun still hung motionless in the sky above, its baleful light unchanged from the moment I had first laid eyes upon it. There was no hint of movement, no subtle shift in the angle of its rays that might have signaled the passage of time. It was as if the very fabric of reality had been frozen in place, suspended in an eternal moment that would never end. Emerging from the scant shelter of the rocky overhang, I made my way back to the makeshift curing rack where I had left the strips of alien meat to dry in Gia's relentless sun. A flicker of hope kindled in my chest as I approached, a fragile thing born of desperation and the primal need to survive. But as I drew closer, that hope guttered and died, snuffed out by the cold reality of what lay before me. The meat, such as it was, had indeed begun to dry out, the harsh heat of the alien star leaching away what little moisture it had once held. But it was still a far cry from the desiccated, jerky-like consistency I had been hoping for. The strips were rubbery and pliable, their surface tacky to the touch and glistening with a sheen of grease that made my gorge rise. Steeling myself against the revulsion that twisted in my gut, I reached out and tore a small chunk from one of the pieces, bringing it to my nose for a cautious sniff. The scent that filled my nostrils was a nauseating mix of metallic tang and incipient rot. The stench of death and decay mingled with the sharp chemical reek of the creature's alien biology. For a moment, I simply stood there, the bit of meat held between trembling fingers as I fought back the urge to gag. Every instinct I possessed screamed at me to cast the foul thing aside, to reject the very idea of putting something so utterly foreign into my body. But I knew that I had no choice. Out here, in this harsh and unforgiving landscape, I needed every scrap of sustenance I could get my hands on. With a muttered curse, I popped the chunk of meat into my mouth, my teeth sinking into the rubbery flesh with a sickening squelch. The taste was every bit as horrific as I had feared, a riot of bitterness and rancid grease that coated my tongue and made my eyes water. I gagged and nearly spat the thing out, my stomach heaving with the effort of keeping it down. But I forced myself to chew, my jaw working mechanically as I ground the tough, stringy meat into a pulp. Each swallow was an act of will, a conscious choice to ignore the screaming protests of my body and mind. I told myself that I needed this, that the protein and calories contained within this noxious lump of flesh were essential to my continued survival. And so I ate, tearing off small chunks of the alien meat and forcing them down my throat with grim determination. I half expected to feel the first twinges of some exotic poison coursing through my veins at any moment, my body racked with convulsions as whatever toxins or pathogens lurked within the meat began their grisly work. But nothing happened. Slowly, grudgingly, the knot of tension in my gut began to unclench, the frantic pounding of my heart easing back to something approximating a normal rhythm. The meat, unpalatable as it was, seemed to be safe enough to consume, at least in the short term. With that realization came a flicker of something like relief, a faint glimmer of hope in the darkness. If I could keep myself fed, if I could find a way to stave off the gnawing hunger that clawed at my insides, then maybe, just maybe, I stood a chance of surviving in this impossible place. Galvanized by that thought, I set about the grim task of packing as much of the partially dried meat as I could carry. The creature's hides, tough and scaly though they were, proved to be surprisingly pliable when subjected to the right amount of force. With a bit of effort, I was able to fashion a crude sort of pouch from a large swatch of the leathery skin, using strips of sinew torn from the creature's muscles to lash it together. It was a far cry from the sleek, purpose-built gear I was used to back on Earth, but it would serve well enough to keep the meat off the grit and dust that seemed to coat every surface in this blasted wasteland. And with any luck, it would help to keep the stuff at least marginally more hygienic than simply shoving it into my pockets. As I worked, my mind began to turn to the next pressing issue on my ever-growing list of concerns: water. The meat, unappetizing as it was, would help to keep me alive in the short term. But without a source of clean, drinkable water, I knew that I was living on borrowed time. Already, I could feel the first telltale signs of dehydration beginning to take hold. My tongue felt thick and sluggish in my mouth, sticking to the roof of my palate with each labored swallow. My lips, chapped and cracked by the relentless heat, had begun to bleed in places, leaving smears of coppery crimson on my teeth when I ran my tongue over them. And then there was the headache, a dull, throbbing ache that had settled at the base of my skull like a leaden weight, pulsing in time with the too rapid beating of my heart. I knew that it was only a matter of time before the pain began to spread, before the dehydration began to take its toll on my body and mind in earnest. Frustration welled up in my chest like a rising tide, mingled with a healthy dose of fear. I had no idea how to go about finding water in this place, no frame of reference for navigating the bizarre and alien environment in which I found myself. The pixie's words echoed in my mind, taunting me with their vague promises of aid and guidance. But she was gone now, vanished back into whatever strange ether had spawned her. And with her had gone any hope of a quick and easy solution to my predicament. I was on my own out here, left to fend for myself with nothing but my wits and the strange, half-formed abilities that had been thrust upon me by my passage through the rift. Desperate for some kind of direction, I turned my attention inward, focusing on the shimmering interface that hovered at the edges of my vision. I had hoped to find something there that might aid me in my search. A map, perhaps, or a list of nearby resources that I could use to slake my thirst. But as the menu flickered into view, I felt my heart sink in my chest. There was nothing there that even remotely resembled the kind of information I needed. Oh, the interface dutifully displayed my current stats and condition, the numbers hovering in the air like some kind of surreal scorecard. But beyond that, it was a cipher, a collection of meaningless symbols and empty placeholders that offered no hint of the secrets they might contain. There was a tab labeled Skills, but when I focused my attention on it, all I saw was a single line of text, mocking in its simplicity. No skills acquired yet. I felt a bark of humorless laughter bubbling up in my throat, a sound that was equal parts frustration and despair. Some mythical being I had turned out to be, a creature of untold power and potential, reduced to stumbling around in the dust like a child lost in the dark. But even as that thought crossed my mind, I felt a flicker of something like understanding dawning in the back of my brain. The pixie had spoken of clearance levels and locked abilities, of the need to prove myself worthy of the knowledge and power that lay hidden within the interface's glowing depths. If I wanted to access the full range of tools and abilities that this new existence promised, I would need to find a way to increase my standing in this strange new world. The question was, how? Fighting the local wildlife had proven to be a dangerous proposition, and there was no guarantee that simply slaughtering more of the coyote lizard things would grant me the kind of experience I needed to level up. I needed to find another way, a path that would lead me to the heart of this place's mysteries, without getting myself killed in the process. Lost in thought, I almost didn't notice the faint rumble that had begun to build on the horizon, a distant thunder that made the ground beneath my feet tremble with its passing. At first, I dismissed it as nothing more than the wind, a stray gust kicking up clouds of dust and grit in its wake. But as the sound grew louder, taking on a grinding, mechanical quality that set my teeth on edge, I felt a sudden spike of fear pierce my gut. My head whipped around, my eyes scanning the horizon with a desperate intensity. For a moment, I saw nothing but the shimmer of heat-distorted air, the landscape wavering and dancing like a mirage in the distance. But then, as the rumble grew to a deafening crescendo, I caught sight of something that made my blood run cold in my veins. It was a wall of dust, a churning maelstrom of sand and grit that rose up from the barren earth like a tidal wave of destruction. It moved with a speed and purpose that defied belief, barreling across the landscape with a relentless, implacable force that seemed to mock the very idea of resistance. For a moment, I simply stood there, my legs frozen in place as I watched the approaching storm with a kind of numb fascination. Part of me wanted to run, to flee before the onrushing wall of debris and pray that I could somehow outpace its fury. But another part of me, the part that had begun to embrace the strange new reality of my existence, knew that such an effort would be futile. And so I stood my ground, my heart hammering in my chest as I braced myself for the impact. But as the dust cloud drew closer, I began to realize that something was off about its movements. It wasn't heading directly towards me, wasn't bearing down on my position with the single mind. Chapter 5. A heavy stillness settled over the barren landscape as the pixie's form dissipated into nothingness, leaving me alone once more beneath the unrelenting glare of Gia's unchanging sun. For several long moments, I simply stood there, my mind churning with the implications of everything she had revealed. Her words echoed in my skull like the tolling of some distant bell, each one a reminder of the impossible reality I now found myself in. The dryness in my mouth and the stinging in my eyes served as acute reminders of my body's growing need for water, the thirst and insistent presence that scraped at the back of my throat like sandpaper. And yet, despite the physical. Chapter 6. The first thing that struck me when I emerged into this strange new world was the uncanny stillness of the horizon, or rather, the unsettling absence of what I would call a true horizon at all. Back home on Earth, I had grown so accustomed to the gentle, almost imperceptible curvature of the planet's surface. It was a constant, reassuring presence, a reminder of the natural order of things. I had spent countless hours watching the distant skyline of Chicago, marveling at the way the towering buildings seemed to vanish into the haze, the way the roads dipped and rolled with the contours of the land until they disappeared from view. But here, in this alien place, that familiar geometry was nowhere to be found. As I stood up on unsteady legs, brushing the chalky dust from my battered clothes, I squinted against the harsh glare of the unmoving sun. In the distance, a range of jagged mountains stretched out before me, their snow-capped peaks knife-sharp against the washed-out sky. They seemed to go on forever, extending out to the very limits of my vision and beyond, as if they were perched on the edge of some vast, flat plain that defied all the laws of nature. The air shimmered with a thick, almost tangible haze, a shimmering curtain that blurred the edges of the world and made it difficult to judge distances with any accuracy. But even through that distorting veil, I could tell that something was fundamentally wrong with the way the land curved away from me. It was too abrupt, too angular, lacking the subtle gradations and gentle slopes that I had come to take for granted back on Earth. The realization sent a shiver down my spine, a cold trickle of unease that had nothing to do with the arid breeze that plucked at my hair and clothes. It reminded me of a documentary I had once seen, late at night when sleep had proven elusive and the flickering glow of the television had been my only companion. The program had been about theoretical megastructures, the kind of colossal engineering projects that existed only in the fevered imaginings of science fiction writers and fringe theorists. At the time, I had scoffed at the idea, my mind reeling at the sheer audacity of it all. The thought of humans ever building something as vast and improbable as a Dyson-sphere, a structure that could encapsulate an entire star and harness its unimaginable energies, had seemed like the height of hubris, a pipe dream born of too many late nights spent hunched over dog-eared copies of Arthur C. Clarke novels. But now, as I stood there beneath that impossible sky, surrounded by wonders and horrors that defied all rational explanation, I couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that I had somehow stumbled into just such a place. The memory of my arrival, of hurtling through that titanic opening in the fabric of space and time, only to slam into this unyielding surface with bone-jarring force, rose up unbidden in my mind's eye. Glancing upward, I felt my breath catch in my throat as I caught sight of the star that hung motionless at the zenith of the sky, its baleful light casting harsh, unforgiving shadows across the barren landscape. On Earth, I had always marked the passage of time by the steady march of the sun across the heavens, watching it climb from the eastern horizon in the morning, only to sink slowly into the west as evening turned to night. But here, there was no comforting cycle of dawn and dusk, no gentle ebb and flow of light and shadow to mark the turning of the hours. Instead, there was only the ceaseless, unwavering glare of that impossible star, fixed in place like a malevolent eye that never blinked or wavered. The quality of its light was subtly different from the sunlight I had known back on Earth, lacking the gradual shifts in hue and intensity that I had come to associate with the passing of the day. Instead, it had a flat, almost clinical quality to it, as if it were being filtered through some unseen lens that leached all the warmth and color from the world. It cast everything in stark relief, etching the edges of rocks and the gnarled branches of withered trees in lines of inky blackness that seemed to swallow up the light. There was a sterility to it, a sense of artificial precision that set my teeth on edge and made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up in silent protest. With a grunt of effort, I rolled my shoulders, feeling the muscles bunch and pull beneath my skin as I tried to work out the lingering stiffness and soreness that had settled into my body like a leaden weight. The wounds I had sustained in my earlier battles, particularly the savage confrontation with those nightmarish creatures that I had taken to calling coyote lizards, throbbed with a dull, persistent ache. The worst of the bleeding had stopped, the ragged edges of torn flesh knitting together in a crude patchwork of scabbed-over tissue. But the pain was still there, a constant reminder of the terrible violence I had endured and the desperate struggle for survival that had consumed every waking moment since my arrival in this place. Clenched my teeth against the throbbing in my arm, forcing myself to take slow, measured breaths as I tried to center myself and gather my scattered thoughts. I knew that I couldn't afford to wander aimlessly forever, not with the looming specter of dehydration and starvation hanging over my head like a grim and implacable executioner. I needed water, food, shelter, anything that would give me a fighting chance of making it through another day in this unforgiving wasteland. But more than that, I needed a plan, some kind of strategy that would help me make sense of the bizarre and terrifying circumstances in which I found myself. My gaze fell to the crude weapon that hung at my side, a jagged chunk of rock lashed tightly to a strip of rough-spun cloth that I had torn from my own tattered and blood-stained vest. It was a pitiful thing, a far cry from the precision-crafted tools and machines that I had once taken for granted back on Earth. But it was all I had. The only thing that stood between me and the ravenous jaws of the next monstrosity that came slouching out of the shadows with murder in its eyes. I hefted the makeshift hammer in my hand, testing its balance and weight as I tried to accustom myself to the feel of it. To my surprise, it settled into my grip with an ease that bordered on the uncanny, as if my fingers had been molded to fit its contours. There was a strange familiarity to it, a sense of déjà vu that I couldn't quite shake, as if I had wielded such a weapon 1,000 times before in some half-forgotten dream. For a moment, I found myself transported back to the construction sites that had been my livelihood back in Chicago, my mind conjuring up vivid sense memories of the heavy pry bars and claw hammers that had once been the tools of my trade. In comparison to the sleek, well-balanced heft of those implements, the crude lump of stone and cloth that I now held felt almost laughably primitive. But there was a certain reassurance in its weight, a solid grounding presence that helped to anchor me in the here and now. The rough texture of the stone rasped against the calluses on my palm, a tactile reminder of the countless hours I had spent gripping tools and hauling materials under the baking sun of the job site. The familiar ache in my forearms and shoulders, born of long days spent swinging hammers and hoisting beams, settled over me like a well-worn cloak, a physical memento of a life that now seemed as distant and unreal as a half-remembered dream. And yet, for all the crudeness of my new weapon, I couldn't help but feel a flicker of something like hope kindling in my chest. It was a fragile, tenuous thing, a guttering spark that threatened to blow out at the slightest breath of adversity. But it was there nonetheless, a stubborn ember of defiance that refused to be snuffed out by the relentless crush of despair and hopelessness that had threatened to overwhelm me at every turn. Because the truth was, even the simple fact of having a weapon at all no matter how rudimentary or makeshift, represented a kind of progress. A small but significant step forward in my struggle to survive and adapt to this alien environment. Only a short while ago, the very idea of being armed and ready to defend myself against the horrors that lurked in every shadow would have seemed like an impossible dream. A fantasy born of too many adrenaline-soaked action movies and video game power fantasies. But now, with the comforting weight of the hammer in my hand and the faint stirrings of something like a plan beginning to take shape in my mind, I could feel the first tentative flickers of hope and determination beginning to take root in my soul. It was as if some primal, long-dormant part of my psyche had begun to awaken, rising up from the depths of my subconscious to meet the challenges and dangers of this brave new world head-on. Maybe, just maybe, I was starting to adapt to this place in ways that I had never thought possible. Not just physically, with the strange new strength and resilience that had begun to suffuse my battered body, but mentally and emotionally as well. The raw animal panic that had gripped me in those first terrifying moments after my arrival had begun to recede, replaced by a grim, stubborn resolve to keep pushing forward, no matter the cost. It was a small victory, a tiny triumph in the face of overwhelming odds. But it was something to cling to, a fragile lifeline that I could use to haul myself up out of the sucking quagmire of despair and hopelessness that had threatened to drag me down into its lightless depths. Turning away from the motionless sun and the unsettling flatness of the horizon, my thoughts drifted back to the strange, almost surreal interface that had materialized before me in the aftermath of my battle with the coyote lizards. The translucent screen, with its arcane assortment of stats and inventory slots, looked like something straight out of one of the sci-fi RPGs I used to while away the long, lonely nights with back in my dingy apartment in Chicago. At the time, immersed in the flickering glow of my computer monitor and the comforting hum of the cooling fans, those games had seemed like a welcome escape from the grinding tedium and soul-crushing emptiness of my day-to-day existence. I had lost myself for hours on end in those virtual worlds, reveling in the sense of power and agency that came from leveling up my character and unlocking new abilities and equipment. But now, confronted with the impossible reality of a system that seemed to operate on many of those same principles, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease mingling with the amazement and disbelief. It was one thing to play at being a hero in the safe, controlled environment of a video game, where the stakes were no higher than a few lost experience points and a bruised ego. It was another thing entirely to find myself living that same power fantasy in the flesh, with all the attendant risks and responsibilities that came with it. The thought of relying on some inscrutable set of rules and mechanics to navigate the dangers and challenges of this alien world filled me with a queasy mix of excitement and dread. Still, I couldn't deny the potential utility of such a system, especially in a place as harsh and unforgiving as this one. With a resigned sigh, I focused my thoughts on the interface once more, trying to call up the translucent display through sheer force of will. To my surprise, it materialized almost instantly, shimmering into existence before me like a heat haze rising from sun-baked asphalt. This time, however, I noticed a new tab nestled among the familiar assortment of stats and attributes, a small, innocuous-looking icon labeled Inventory. Intrigued, I reached out a tentative finger to tap at it, half expecting my hand to pass right through the ephemeral screen, as if it were no more than a holographic projection. But to my shock, I felt a faint but unmistakable sense of resistance as my fingertip made contact with the surface of the display. It was like pressing against a thin film of static electricity, a tingling, almost subliminal buzz that raced up my arm and sent a shiver cascading down my spine. And then, with a soft whoosh of displaced air, a shimmering portal sprang into existence before me, a swirling vortex of dark energy that seemed to drink in the light and leave nothing but shadows in its wake. It was small, no larger than a dinner plate, but the sense of otherness that radiated from its depths was almost palpable, a yawning abyss that threatened to swallow me whole if I dared to gaze into it for too long. My heart began to race, the pulse pounding like a war drum in my ears as I stared at the impossible thing that hovered before me, defying all the laws of physics and reason that I had once clung to like a drowning man clutching at driftwood. Every instinct I possessed screamed at me to back away, to flee from this uncanny manifestation of a world gone mad. But something else, some reckless, half-formed impulse born of desperation and a burgeoning sense of curiosity, urged me forward. With a trembling hand, I reached out to the portal, my fingers brushing against its rippling surface with a tentative, almost reverent caress. To my surprise, I felt no resistance at first, my hand passing through the shimmering barrier as if it were no more substantial than a mirage. But as I pushed deeper, I felt a sudden, wrenching sense of dislocation, as if I were being pulled out of my own body and into some vast, unfathomable space that existed beyond the boundaries of the physical world. Panic surged through me in a sickening rush, a primal animal terror that sent my heart careening against the inside of my ribcage like a caged bird beating its wings against the bars. I yanked my hand back with a sharp, involuntary cry, half expecting to find it severed at the wrist or twisted into some grotesque, unrecognizable shape. But to my amazement, it emerged unscathed, the fingers still intact and the skin unmarked by any sign of trauma or injury. I stared at it for a long moment, my breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps as I tried to process the sheer impossibility of what had just happened. And then, with a sudden, reckless impulse, I turned to the scattering of stones and debris that littered the ground around me, the detritus of my earlier battle with the coyote lizards. Scooping up a small, jagged rock in one sweat-slicked palm, I held it up to the light for a moment, examining the way the harsh glare of the unmoving sun glinted off its weathered surface. Then, with a quick, almost convulsive motion, I thrust it into the waiting maw of the portal, my heart hammering in my throat as I watched it vanish into the swirling depths. For a moment, nothing happened. The rock simply disappeared, swallowed up by the inky blackness as if it had never existed at all. But then, with a soft chime that seemed to emanate from somewhere deep within my own mind, a line of glowing text materialized in the air before me. 1 times small rock, hovering in midair like a ghostly afterimage. A thrill of excitement raced through me, mingling with the lingering threads of fear and trepidation. If this was real, if I could actually store items in some kind of extra-dimensional space without having to lug them around on my person. The possibilities were staggering, almost too immense to wrap my mind around. With a newfound sense of purpose, I began to gather up every loose stone and pebble I could lay my hands on, feeding them into the portal one by one and watching with growing amazement as the inventory display updated itself in real time. Before long, I had amassed a small stockpile of makeshift projectiles, 16 small rocks, each one carefully chosen for its heft and balance. It wasn't much, but it was a start, a tiny, precious reserve of ammunition that I could draw upon in the heat of battle, rather than scrambling desperately for whatever came to hand in the moment. As I worked, my mind drifted back to the countless hours I had spent on construction sites back on Earth, my hands moving with practiced ease as they sorted and stacked materials according to size and weight. There was a certain rhythm to it, a meditative quality that helped to calm the churning chaos of my thoughts and center me in the present moment. I remembered the way the foreman used to watch me as I worked, his weathered face creased in an approving smile as he nodded his silent appreciation for my diligence and attention to detail. "You've got a good eye, kid," he would say, clapping me on the shoulder with a calloused hand. "Stick with it, and you'll go far in this business." At the time, I had basked in the glow of his praise, my chest swelling with pride at the thought of being singled out for my skills and work ethic. But now, kneeling there in the dust of an alien world, sorting through the detritus of a battle I had never asked for or wanted, those memories took on a bitter quality. Time seemed to lose all meaning as I trudged onward beneath that unmoving alien sun, the mountains ahead no closer than they had been hours before. Each step was an effort, my muscles burning with fatigue and my breath coming in ragged gasps. The wounds I had sustained in my earlier battles throbbed in time with my heartbeat, a constant reminder of how close I had come to death in this unforgiving place. Fear gnawed at the edges of my mind, a constant companion that whispered of unseen dangers lurking just beyond the haze-shrouded horizon. I found my gaze drawn back over my shoulder again and again, half expecting to see a pack of growlers or some even more nightmarish predator bearing down on me with murderous intent. But each time, I saw only the same empty expanse of dust and stone, stretching out behind me in a monotonous sprawl. My lips cracked and bled as the arid wind scoured my face, the dryness in my throat becoming an almost unbearable torment. I knew that I couldn't go on like this much longer, that without water, I would soon collapse and never rise again. Desperation drove me onward, my eyes scanning the barren landscape for any hint of moisture or shelter. And then I heard it. A low, rumbling growl that sent a spike of icy fear straight through my heart. I froze in place, every muscle tensed and quivering as I searched for the source of the sound. At first I saw nothing, the rocky terrain seemingly devoid of life. But then, as I swept my gaze across a cluster of boulders off to my right, I caught a flicker of movement in the shadows. It emerged slowly, prowling forward with a predator's grace, a massive cat-like creature with fur the color of storm clouds and eyes that glowed an eerie green in the harsh light. It was easily the size of a large tiger, its shoulders level with my chest and its paws leaving deep impressions in the dusty earth. Sleek muscles rippled beneath its hide as it stalked closer, its gaze locked onto mine with an intensity that made my blood run cold. I stood motionless, paralyzed by a primal terror that rose up from the deepest, most instinctive parts of my brain. In that moment, I was no longer a man, but a prey animal confronted by an apex predator. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to flee before those gleaming fangs and razor-sharp claws could rend my flesh and spill my lifeblood onto the uncaring ground. But I knew that running would be futile. This creature was built for speed and power, its every movement a study in lethal efficiency. It would overtake me in seconds, dragging me down and tearing out my throat before I could even cry out in despair. My only chance, slim though it might be, was to stand my ground and hope that I could somehow drive it off with the pitiful weapons at my disposal. With a trembling hand, I reached for the makeshift hammer that hung at my belt, my fingers closing around the rough-hewn handle with a white-knuckled grip. I could feel the creature's eyes tracking my every move, its muscles tensing as it prepared to spring. In that moment, everything else faded away. The thirst, the pain, the yawning chasm of despair that threatened to swallow me whole. All that existed was the beast before me and the pounding of my own heart in my ears. Chapter 7. My heart pounded with such ferocity that each thunderous beat reverberated through my skull, drowning out all other sounds in a deafening cacophony of primal fear. Before me, the massive tiger-like beast took another deliberate step forward, its gray fur rippling over coiled muscles as it moved with a predator's lethal grace. Those eerie, luminous green eyes remained locked onto mine, unblinking and unnervingly intelligent, as if the creature were sizing me up, weighing the potential risk and reward of attacking. I stood frozen in place, barely daring to breathe as the immense feline stalked closer, its razor-sharp claws scoring deep furrows in the sun-baked earth with each heavy footfall. The dryness in my mouth intensified, my tongue feeling thick and swollen as it stuck to the roof of my parched mouth. It was a stark reminder of my body's desperate need for water, a thirst that had been steadily building since I first awoke in this harsh and unforgiving landscape. But as pressing as that need was, it paled in comparison to the more immediate threat that now loomed before me. If I couldn't find a way to fend off this apex predator, if I let myself become its next meal, then my quest for survival would be over before it had truly begun. The thought sent a fresh surge of icy fear cascading through my veins, mingling with the hot rush of adrenaline that already had my heart jackhammering against my ribs. Without warning, the beast let loose a guttural, bone-chilling snarl that seemed to shake the very ground beneath my feet. The sound was unlike anything I had ever heard before, a primal, savage noise that spoke of raw power and unrestrained ferocity. And then, in a blur of gray fur and rippling muscle, the tiger launched itself forward, its powerful hind legs propelling it towards me with terrifying speed. Instinct took over, my body reacting before my mind had even fully processed the sight of the charging predator. In a split second, I thrust out my open palm, calling upon the strange, ethereal interface that had become my lifeline in this alien world. The swirling obsidian portal shimmered into existence, its surface rippling like a pool of liquid shadow. Plunging my hand into that inky void, I yanked out the cache of jagged stones I had stored there earlier, a desperate gambit born of pure survival instinct. The rough-hewn rocks clattered to the ground at my feet, each one about the size of my clenched fist, their edges glinting dully in the harsh, unrelenting light of Gia's sun. Even as I frantically scrabbled for a weapon, my other hand tightened its grip on the cloth-wrapped hammer I had fashioned from scraps and a salvaged stone, feeling the strain in my knuckles and tendons as they stretched taut over the bone. It was a crude, primitive tool, a far cry from the sleek, well-balanced instruments I had once wielded with ease back on Earth. But here, in this brutal, unforgiving place, it was the only thing standing between me and a violent, bloody death. The tiger closed the distance between us in a heartbeat, its lithe, powerful body uncoiling like a spring as it leaped towards me, jaws agape and gleaming fangs bared in a snarl of primal hunger. Reacting on pure reflex, I snatched up the nearest stone, my fingers closing around its rough, pitted surface with a white-knuckled grip. Reaching deep within myself, I drew upon the same well of uncanny strength I had first tapped during my desperate fight against the coyote lizards, feeling it surge through my muscles like an electric current. With every ounce of force I could muster, I hurled the rock at the oncoming beast, my arm whipping forward in a blur of motion. The stone hurtled through the air, its jagged edges slicing through the shimmering heat haze like a blade through silk. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought I had missed my mark, that the beast's preternatural reflexes would allow it to dodge the projectile with contemptuous ease. But then, with a thunderous crack that seemed to split the very heavens, the rock slammed into the ground mere inches in front of the charging tiger, kicking up a plume of dust and debris that momentarily obscured its feline form. The beast let out a startled, pained yelp as it veered sharply to the side, its sleek, muscular body twisting in midair as it tried to avoid the sudden explosion of grit and stone shards. For a fleeting instant, I dared to hope that the impact might have stunned or even injured the creature, buying me a precious few seconds to regroup and plan my next move. But that hope was short-lived. With a grace and agility that defied belief, the tiger righted itself almost immediately, pivoting back towards me with a fluidity that spoke of raw, coiled power barely held in check. As it closed in once more, I could see the gleam of predatory focus in its eerie, luminous eyes, could hear the rasp of its labored breathing as it bore down on me with single-minded intent. Up close, the sheer size and raw physicality of the beast was staggering. Its massive head was easily the width of my torso, its jaws lined with knife-like fangs that looked as if they could shear through bone and sinew like paper. Thick ropes of muscle rippled beneath its sleek, gray-furred hide, each one honed to lethal perfection by the relentless crucible of survival in this harsh and unforgiving world. But more than that, there was an uncanny intelligence burning in those feline eyes, a keen, almost human awareness that sent a chill racing down my spine. This was no mere animal, driven by base instinct and hunger. No, this was a thinking, calculating predator, one that had already marked me as either prey or rival, and was now fully committed to the kill. Fear coiled in my gut like a cold, leaden weight, threatening to paralyze me where I stood. Every instinct I possessed screamed at me to flee, to put as much distance as possible between myself and this apex hunter before it could rend my flesh and spill my lifeblood upon the thirsty ground. But I knew with a bone-deep certainty that running would do me no good. The tiger was built for speed and power, its every motion a study in lethal efficiency. It would run me down in a matter of moments, and then, gritting my teeth against the surge of panic that threatened to overwhelm me, I forced myself to stay rooted in place, my feet planted firmly on the dusty earth as I stared down the advancing predator. With a speed born of desperation, I snatched up a second stone from the scattered cache at my feet, feeling the rough, pitted surface bite into my palm as I wrapped my fingers around it. Drawing in a deep, shuddering breath, I took aim at the beast's powerful foreleg, my eyes narrowing to slits as I tracked its bounding strides. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, the sounds of the world fading away until all I could hear was the thunder of my own pulse in my ears. And then, with a sharp exhalation, I let the stone fly, putting every... Chapter 7. My heart pounded with such ferocity that each thunderous beat reverberated through my skull, drowning out all other sounds in a deafening cacophony of primal fear. Before me, the massive tiger-like beast took another deliberate step forward, its gray fur rippling over coiled muscles as it moved with a predator's lethal grace. Those eerie, luminous green eyes remained locked onto mine, unblinking and unnervingly intelligent, as if the creature were sizing me up, weighing the potential risk and reward of attacking. I stood frozen in place, barely daring to breathe as the immense feline stalked closer, its razor-sharp claws scoring deep furrows in the sun-baked earth with each heavy footfall. The dryness in my mouth intensified, my tongue feeling thick and swollen as it stuck to the roof of my parched mouth. It was a stark reminder of my body's desperate need for water, a thirst that had been steadily building since I first awoke in this harsh and unforgiving landscape. But as pressing as that need was, it paled in comparison to the more immediate threat that now loomed before me. If I couldn't find a way to fend off this apex predator, if I let myself become its next meal, then my quest for survival would be over before it had truly begun. The thought sent a fresh surge of icy fear cascading through my veins, mingling with the hot rush of adrenaline that already had my heart jackhammering against my ribs. Without warning, the beast let loose a guttural, bone-chilling snarl that seemed to shake the very ground beneath my feet. The sound was unlike anything I had ever heard before, a primal, savage noise that spoke of raw power and unrestrained ferocity. And then, in a blur of gray fur and rippling muscle, the tiger launched itself forward, its powerful hind legs propelling it towards me with terrifying speed. Instinct took over, my body reacting before my mind had even fully processed the sight of the charging predator. In a split second, I thrust out my open palm, calling upon the strange, ethereal interface that had become my lifeline in this alien world. The swirling obsidian portal shimmered into existence, its surface rippling like a pool of liquid shadow. Plunging my hand into that inky void, I yanked out the cache of jagged stones I had stored there earlier, a desperate gambit born of pure survival instinct. The rough-hewn rocks clattered to the ground at my feet, each one about the size of my clenched fist, their edges glinting dully in the harsh, unrelenting light of Gia's sun. Even as I frantically scrabbled for a weapon, my other hand tightened its grip on the cloth-wrapped hammer I had fashioned from scraps and a salvaged stone, feeling the strain in my knuckles and tendons as they stretched taut over the bone. It was a crude, primitive tool, a far cry from the sleek, well-balanced instruments I had once wielded with ease back on Earth. But here, in this brutal, unforgiving place, it was the only thing standing between me and a violent, bloody death. The tiger closed the distance between us in a heartbeat, its lithe, powerful body uncoiling like a spring as it leaped towards me, jaws agape and gleaming fangs bared in a snarl of primal hunger. Reacting on pure reflex, I snatched up the nearest stone, my fingers closing around its rough, pitted surface with a white-knuckled grip. Reaching deep within myself, I drew upon the same well of uncanny strength I had first tapped during my desperate fight against the coyote lizards, feeling it surge through my muscles like an electric current. With every ounce of force I could muster, I hurled the rock at the oncoming beast, my arm whipping forward in a blur of motion. The stone hurtled through the air, its jagged edges slicing through the shimmering heat haze like a blade through silk. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought I had missed my mark, that the beast's preternatural reflexes would allow it to dodge the projectile with contemptuous ease. But then, with a thunderous crack that seemed to split the very heavens, the rock slammed into the ground mere inches in front of the charging tiger, kicking up a plume of dust and debris that momentarily obscured its feline form. The beast let out a startled, pained yelp as it veered sharply to the side, its sleek, muscular body twisting in midair as it tried to avoid the sudden explosion of grit and stone shards. For a fleeting instant, I dared to hope that the impact might have stunned or even injured the creature, buying me a precious few seconds to regroup and plan my next move. But that hope was short-lived. With a grace and agility that defied belief, the tiger righted itself almost immediately, pivoting back towards me with a fluidity that spoke of raw, coiled power barely held in check. As it closed in once more, I could see the gleam of predatory focus in its eerie, luminous eyes, could hear the rasp of its labored breathing as it bore down on me with single-minded intent. Up close, the sheer size and raw physicality of the beast was staggering. Its massive head was easily the width of my torso, its jaws lined with knife-like fangs that looked as if they could shear through bone and sinew like paper. Thick ropes of muscle rippled beneath its sleek, gray-furred hide, each one honed to lethal perfection by the relentless crucible of survival in this harsh and unforgiving world. But more than that, there was an uncanny intelligence burning in those feline eyes, a keen, almost human awareness that sent a chill racing down my spine. This was no mere animal, driven by base instinct and hunger. No, this was a thinking, calculating predator, one that had already marked me as either prey or rival, and was now fully committed to the kill. Fear coiled in my gut like a cold, leaden weight, threatening to paralyze me where I stood. Every instinct I possessed screamed at me to flee, to put as much distance as possible between myself and this apex hunter before it could rend my flesh and spill my lifeblood upon the thirsty ground. But I knew with a bone-deep certainty that running would do me no good. The tiger was built for speed and power, its every motion a study in lethal efficiency. It would run me down in a matter of moments, and then, gritting my teeth against the surge of panic that threatened to overwhelm me, I forced myself to stay rooted in place, my feet planted firmly on the dusty earth as I stared down the advancing predator. With a speed born of desperation, I snatched up a second stone from the scattered cache at my feet, feeling the rough, pitted surface bite into my palm as I wrapped my fingers around it. Drawing in a deep, shuddering breath, I took aim at the beast's powerful foreleg, my eyes narrowing to slits as I tracked its bounding strides. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, the sounds of the world fading away until all I could hear was the thunder of my own pulse in my ears. And then, with a sharp exhalation, I let the stone fly, putting every ounce of my newfound strength behind the throw. The rock streaked through the air like a bullet loosed from a gun, its trajectory true and unwavering. With a sickening, meaty thud, it slammed into the tiger's muscular shoulder, burying itself deep in the thick, corded flesh. The beast let out a shriek of pain and rage, its forward momentum faltering for a split second as it fought to regain its balance. Seizing the momentary opening, I lunged forward, my makeshift hammer raised high above my head. The tiger was down but far from out, its massive paws scrabbling at the earth as it sought to haul itself upright once more. But I was already moving, my own muscles burning with the strain as I closed the distance between us in a few long, desperate strides. With a wordless cry of mingled fear and exertion, I brought the hammer down in a vicious arc, the crude stone head whistling through the air as it hurtled towards the fallen predator's skull. Time seemed to dilate, stretching out into an eternity as I watched the weapon descend, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. And then, with a sickening crack that seemed to echo across the desolate landscape, the hammer connected. Beneath the blow, the tiger's massive skull caved in like an eggshell, fragments of bone and gore splattering the dusty ground in a grisly spray. The beast's luminous green eyes, once so fierce and filled with predatory cunning, dimmed and glazed over as the light of life fled from their unblinking depths. Its powerful body, so filled with deadly grace and coiled strength only moments before, went limp and still, slumping heavily to the earth in a twisted heap of blood-matted fur and shattered bone. For a long, shuddering moment, I stood there over the fallen creature, my chest heaving with ragged, gasping breaths that tore at my throat like shards of broken glass. The adrenaline that had sustained me through the desperate battle was slowly ebbing away, leaving me weak and trembling in its wake. Gritting my teeth against the sudden wave of exhaustion that threatened to drag me down into darkness, I took a faltering step backwards, my gaze still locked on the tiger's lifeless form. It was only then, as the haze of fear and survival instinct began to clear from my mind, that I became aware of the hot, stinging pain that lanced through my forearm. Glancing down, I saw a thin trickle of crimson welling up from a jagged gash that ran from wrist to elbow, stark against the pallor of my dust-streaked skin. Somehow, in the frenzied chaos of the melee, one of the tiger's razor-sharp claws must have found its mark, leaving behind a parting gift of pain and the promise of infection if left untreated. But even as I stared at the wound, marveling at the sheer luck that had allowed me to escape with such a relatively minor injury, I felt a strange, giddy sense of relief washing over me. I had done it. Against all odds, I had faced down one of the deadliest predators in this alien world and emerged victorious. Battered, bleeding, and shaken to my core, but alive. And then, cutting through the fog of pain and exhaustion like a knife through silk, I heard it. A soft, almost musical chiming that seemed to emanate from somewhere deep within my own skull, followed by the now familiar cadence of that disembodied robotic voice.
Level up,
It intoned, its flat, emotionless tone a stark contrast to the raw, primal emotions that still coursed through my veins like molten lead. As the words faded away, I felt a faint, tingling warmth suffuse my battered body, a soft glow of energy that seemed to emanate from somewhere deep within my core. Blinking away the stinging sweat that trickled into my eyes, I focused my gaze on the shimmering, translucent interface that hovered at the edges of my vision, feeling a thrill of wonder and trepidation as I watched new lines of text scroll across its ethereal surface.
level 2 to 2.2.
It read, the numbers pulsing with a soft, otherworldly radiance. Beneath that, another line of text flickered into existence.
Physical attributes, slight increase.
As I watched, barely daring to breathe, I saw the thin, pulsing line that represented my health bar inch upwards ever so slightly, the soft green glow of its digital form burning a little brighter and steadier than it had before. And scattered throughout the dizzying array of statistics and numbers that made up the rest of the interface, I could see other incremental changes taking place as well. Tiny upticks in strength, speed, and stamina that hinted at the fundamental changes taking place within my body on a cellular level. It was a heady sensation, a rush of power and potential that sent a shiver of something like exhilaration racing through my aching muscles. For so long, I had been at the mercy of this world and its dangers, a fragile, all-too-human interloper in a realm of monsters and alien wonders. But now, with each hard-fought victory and each level gained, I could feel myself growing stronger, faster, and more resilient. It wasn't just a matter of physical might, though, that certainly played a part. No, it was something more profound than that. A sense of my body knitting itself back together more quickly and efficiently than it ever had before, of fatigue and injury being burned away by the steady, inexorable march of progress. And yet, even as I reveled in the newfound sense of strength and vitality that suffused my battered frame, I couldn't shake the uneasiness that lurked at the back of my mind. There was something almost perverse about the way this world seemed to incentivize violence, rewarding each kill with a tangible boost in power and abilities. It reminded me of the countless hours I had spent hunched over a keyboard back on Earth, losing myself in the glowing, pixelated worlds of video games and RPGs. There, too, progress had been measured in experience points and levels gained, each vanquished foe bringing me one step closer to that elusive sense of mastery and accomplishment. But in those digital realms, the stakes had been low, the consequences of failure little more than a momentary frustration and the loss of a few precious minutes of playtime. Here, in this impossible alien landscape, the price of failure was measured in blood and bone, in the all-too-real specter of a grisly, agonizing death at the hands of some nightmarish predator. And yet, even in the games I had once played, there had been a sense of progress that went beyond mere numbers and statistics. With each level gained, each new ability unlocked, I had felt myself growing and changing in ways that went beyond the purely mechanical. It was a sense of narrative momentum, of the story of my character unfolding in real time as I made choices and faced challenges that would shape their ultimate destiny. As the adrenaline that had fueled me through the desperate battle slowly began to ebb away, the full weight of my injuries came crashing down upon me like a tidal wave. Every muscle in my body screamed in protest as I took a faltering step forward, my limbs leaden and trembling with exhaustion. The myriad aches and bruises that mottled my skin throbbed in time with the thundering of my pulse, each one a stark reminder of how close I had come to annihilation. Worst of all was the searing agony that lanced through my forearm, a white-hot brand of pain that seemed to grow more intense with each passing second. Glancing down, I saw that the wound left by the tiger's raking claws was still weeping crimson, the jagged edges of torn flesh glistening wetly in the harsh, unrelenting light. I knew that I needed to tend to the injury, to clean and bind it before infection could take hold. But as I rummaged through the tattered remnants of my clothing, I realized with a sinking feeling that I had nothing even remotely resembling a first aid kit, just a few ragged strips of cloth, stained and crusted with the grime of battle. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I did my best to wrap one of the cleaner strips of fabric around the gash, wincing as the rough fibers scraped against the raw, exposed nerve endings. It was a poor substitute for proper bandages and antiseptic, but it would have to do for now, at least until I could find water to clean the wound properly. With a grimace, I turned my attention to the makeshift hammer that had served me so well in the fight against the tiger. The stone head was still securely lashed to the cloth rope-like handle, thank God, but I could see that the strips of cloth that bound it in place were starting to fray and unravel. The last thing I needed was for my only weapon to fall apart in the middle of another battle. Shoving down the flicker of unease that threatened to rise up in my throat, I slung the hammer over my shoulder and turned my gaze towards the distant mountains that loomed on the horizon. They seemed to beckon to me, their jagged peaks shrouded in a haze of shimmering heat that made them seem almost ethereal, like something out of a fever dream. I knew that I had to keep moving, to press on towards that distant goal no matter how much my body screamed for rest and respite. With the environment so utterly unchanging, so devoid of any landmarks or distinguishing features, it was nearly impossible to gauge how much progress I was making. The sun never wavered from its position high overhead. The sky never darkened or lightened with the passing of day into night. The only measure I had of the passage of time was the slow, inexorable march of exhaustion that dragged at my limbs and clouded my thoughts with a fog of weariness. But still, I forced myself to put one foot in front of the other, to keep pushing forward even as the landscape blurred and wavered around me like a mirage. I had no choice. To stop, to rest, to let myself succumb to the siren song of despair that whispered at the edges of my consciousness, would be to resign myself to a slow, agonizing death in this unforgiving wasteland. And so I walked, my feet dragging through the dust and grit that stretched out in every direction, my eyes fixed on the shimmering promise of the mountains that seemed to dance and flicker on the horizon like a half-remembered dream. After what felt like an eternity of mindless, plodding progress, I caught a glimpse of something that made me stop dead in my tracks, my heart leaping into my throat with a sudden dizzying surge of hope. There, off to my left, rising up out of the barren expanse of the desert like a skeletal hand grasping at the sky, was a tree. It was a twisted, gnarled thing, its trunk warped and bent like an arthritic spine, its branches reaching out in every direction like the grasping fingers of a drowning man. The bark was a dull, blackish brown, shot through with veins of sickly green that pulsed and writhed like living things beneath the surface. But despite its unsettling appearance, I felt drawn to it like a moth to a flame, my feet carrying me towards its looming bulk almost of their own accord. In a landscape so utterly devoid of life, of anything green and growing, the sight of a tree, even one as twisted and unnatural as this one, was like a balm to my parched and battered soul. As I drew closer, I saw that the ground around the tree was cracked and fissured, the earth splitting open in a spiderweb of jagged lines that radiated out from the base of the trunk like the spokes of some vast, otherworldly wheel. The air around it seemed to shimmer and warp, as though the heat rising off the sun-baked ground was being distorted by some unseen force. But even as a flicker of unease began to coil in the pit of my stomach, I pushed it aside, my mind awhirl with the possibilities that the tree represented. If there was plant life here, no matter how twisted or unnatural, then surely there must be water nearby. And where there was water, there was the chance, however slim, of finding shelter, of gathering my strength and resources for the long journey ahead. It was only as I drew within a few paces of the tree that I began to hear it, a low, sibilant hissing that seemed to emanate from every direction at once, filling the air with a sound like the rustling of dry leaves in a cold, dead wind. My heart began to race, the hairs on the back of my neck standing up in primal alarm as every instinct I possessed screamed at me to run, to flee before it was too late. But it was already too late. As I stood there, frozen in place by the icy tendrils of fear that wrapped themselves around my heart, I saw it. A massive, sinuous shape uncoiling itself from the branches of the tree, its scales gleaming with an oily, iridescent sheen in the harsh glare of the sun. It was a snake, but unlike any snake I had ever seen before. Its body was as thick around as my torso, its length stretching out to a distance that defied belief. Its head was a massive, wedge-shaped thing, with jaws that gaped open to reveal fangs the length of my forearm, dripping with a viscous greenish venom that sizzled and hissed as it hit the ground. But it was the eyes that truly froze the blood in my veins. Two burning, slit-pupiled orbs of crimson that seemed to bore into my very soul, filled with a malevolence and hunger that made my knees go weak with terror. Chapter 8. I stood there, my chest heaving, staring at the remnants of the serpentine creature I had just vanquished. The system identified it as a condensate snake, a name that meant little to me but spoke volumes about the alien nature of this world. The swirling black portal of my inventory hovered before me, an eerie invitation that sent a shiver down my spine despite the harsh, unyielding heat that bore down upon me. A wave of revulsion washed over me at the thought of placing the serpent's corpse inside that void. It felt wrong, unnatural, like a violation of the natural order. But necessity had to take precedence over squeamishness. My life had been turned inside out since I arrived in this bizarre realm, every familiar touchstone stripped away, leaving me raw and exposed. Adapting was the only way to survive, to keep putting one foot in front of the other. With a slow, deliberate exhale, I began hauling the snake's limp body into the portal. It was a massive thing, easily twice my height, but my newfound strength made the task manageable. As I wrestled with the carcass, its glossy scales shimmered in the perpetual daylight, alternating flashes of deep purple and inky black that seemed to swallow the light. I could feel the heat radiating off its body, a reminder of the battle that had just taken place. Once the serpent vanished from sight, swallowed up by the portal, the inventory interface updated with a clinical precision. 1x condensate snake carcass, large. Just like that, the remains were gone. No mess, no leftover scraps to deal with. It was convenient, almost unsettlingly so. A part of me wondered what it meant, that I could so easily dispose of my kills, store them away like tools in a shed. Stepping back, I rolled my shoulders, trying to ease the tightness in my muscles, the knots of tension that never seemed to fully unwind. Every time I used the interface, it brought home just how much my life had changed. Mere weeks ago, if time even held any meaning in a place where the sun never set, the idea of storing objects in some magical void would have been laughable, the stuff of fantasy novels and video games. Now, it was just another part of my day-to-day existence, as necessary as breathing. With the portal closed, I turned my attention to my surroundings, taking stock of what lay nearby. A gnarled, twisting tree caught my eye, its form more reminiscent of a massive claw bursting from the ground than anything that might offer sustenance or shelter. The bark was a dark brown that verged on black, cracked and knotted in places like the weathered skin of an ancient warrior. Despite its grim appearance, there was something oddly vital about the tree, an energy that defied the lifeless landscape around it. My gaze was drawn to one of its sturdier branches, jutting out at a slight angle like a beckoning finger. An idea began to take shape in my mind. I needed a better handle for my makeshift hammer, something that could offer a longer reach and a more dependable grip. My old rope hammer, little more than a rock lashed to a strip of cloth, had served me well enough, but it was an awkward weapon, prone to wobbling at inopportune moments. A sturdy branch, on the other hand, could act as a proper shaft, allowing me to mount the stone head more securely. And if I took the time to refine it further, shaping notches and carving grooves, well, maybe I'd end up with something approaching a real tool, a weapon that wouldn't fail me when my life depended on it. Approaching the trunk with cautious steps, I couldn't help but feel a prickle of unease. The ambush by the condensate snake had left me wary, my nerves raw and exposed. In an unguarded moment, those venomous fangs could have spelled my end. But as I scanned the area, I saw no signs of imminent danger, no rustling in the sparse ground foliage, no movement among the twisted roots that snaked across the parched earth. Holding my breath, I reached up and touched the branch, testing its firmness. The wood was solid beneath my fingertips, dense and unyielding. With a small grunt of effort, I gave it a sharp tug. It didn't budge. A wry smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Time to put those new muscles to work, I muttered under my breath, the sound of my own voice startling in the oppressive silence. Raising my old hammer contraption, I brought it down on the connecting joint of the branch, putting every ounce of my strength behind the blow. The bark gave way with a satisfying crack, and I repeated the process, settling into a rhythm. With each swing, I could feel the impact vibrating up my arms, a reminder of the raw power that now coursed through my body. After a few more strikes, the limb broke free, leaving a jagged stump protruding from the tree. Hefting the branch in my hand, I tested its weight and balance. It was a bit unwieldy, longer than my arm by a fair margin, but that was nothing a little trimming couldn't fix. My eyes swept the area, searching for a suitable place to sit and work. A flat patch of ground nearby, relatively free of debris, seemed as good a spot as any. Letting out a careful breath, I lowered myself to the ground, setting aside my old hammer and rummaging through my inventory for the broken bits of stone I'd had the foresight to keep. These sharp-edged fragments would serve me well for whittling and carving, provided I used them with care. As I settled into the task, my mind wandered back to my old life, to the construction jobs where I'd learned to make do with whatever was at hand. I remembered the times I'd had to improvise repairs, fashioning ad hoc solutions with nothing but scrap metal and a prayer. Those skills, honed in a world that now felt like a distant dream, were serving me well in this strange new reality. I worked steadily, my hands moving with a sureness that belied the churning uncertainty in my gut. The repetitive motions were almost soothing, a momentary respite from the constant vigilance that had become my norm. Bit by bit, the branch took shape, transforming from a raw piece of wood into something that resembled a tool, a weapon. First, I cut away the smaller offshoots, smoothing down the main shaft until it felt comfortable in my grip. Then, using the sharpest of my stone fragments, I began carving grooves near the top, creating notches that would help to secure the hammerhead in place. It was slow, meticulous work, but I lost myself in the process, my focus narrowing to the task at hand. As I worked, I could feel the sweat beading on my brow, the heat of the unrelenting sun beating down upon me. But I barely noticed the discomfort, too caught up in the small sense of accomplishment that came with each completed step. Next came the challenge of attaching the stone hammerhead. For this, I used strips of cloth salvaged from my tattered vest, along with lengths of sinew from the creatures I'd killed in the past, grim reminders of the battles I'd fought and won. With careful, practiced motions, I wound the lashings around the notched wood and the stone, knotting them tightly until I was satisfied with the fit. When I finally held the completed hammer aloft, a flicker of pride kindled in my chest. It wasn't a thing of beauty. The lashings were rough, the balance imperfect, but it felt solid in my hands, a tangible symbol of my growing ability to shape this world to my needs. I gave the hammer a few experimental swings, relishing the way it cut through the air, the weight of it an extension of my arm. On a whim, I turned and brought it down on a nearby rock, striking with moderate force. The impact sent a jolt up my arm, but the hammerhead held firm, a testament to my handiwork. A small grin tugged at my lips as I examined the result. This would serve me well, I thought. The hammer was a far cry from the flimsy rope contraption I'd been using, and leagues beyond my bare fists. Strangely, my mind flashed to the role-playing games I'd enjoyed back on Earth, the hours I'd spent hunched over a screen, leveling up virtual characters and crafting fictional weapons. "You've crafted a primitive hammer +1, I muttered to myself, a wry chuckle escaping my throat. It was a silly thought, but somehow, framing my progress in terms of a game made it all seem a bit more manageable, a bit less daunting. In a world where the rules seemed to be written by some inscrutable system, where strength and survival were measured in levels and stats, perhaps it wasn't so strange to think of my own journey in those terms. With a final appraising glance at my newly crafted weapon, I stowed it in my inventory, ready to be called upon at a moment's notice. The hammer was a small victory, but a victory nonetheless, a sign that even in this alien landscape, I was finding ways to adapt, to carve out a place for myself. But the satisfaction was fleeting, tempered by the knowledge that there were still so many challenges ahead, so many unanswered questions about this world and my place in it. As I stood there, the unrelenting sun beating down upon me, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had barely scratched the surface of what Gia had in store. With the hammer newly crafted and resting comfortably in my inventory, I turned my attention to the tree itself. My curiosity piqued by its ability to thrive in such a hostile environment. On Earth, I'd learned that certain desert plants, like cacti, stored water or sap within their fibrous tissues to survive the harsh conditions. Perhaps this alien tree employed a similar strategy, hoarding precious liquid in its gnarled trunk and branches. As I circled the base of the tree, my eyes traced the intricate patterns of its bark, noting the hairline cracks that suggested hidden chambers within. The surface bulged in odd places, as if pockets of something lay just beneath, tantalizingly close, yet still concealed. My tongue felt thick and heavy in my mouth, a stark reminder that while I could endure longer without food, water remained a vital necessity. Grasping my newly crafted hammer, I hesitated for a moment, weighing the potential consequences of disturbing the tree's natural defenses. But the unrelenting thirst that clawed at my throat pushed me forward, overriding any reservations. With a measured swing, I struck one of the bulging areas, applying just enough force to splinter the bark without causing undue damage. As the wood gave way beneath my hammer, a chunk of the outer layer fell to the ground, revealing a glimpse of the tree's moist inner tissue. Surprised by the sight, I leaned in closer, my senses immediately captivated by the faint, sweet aroma that wafted from the exposed cavity. It reminded me of lightly sugared water, a scent that seemed strangely out of place in this alien landscape. The possibility of drinkable liquid sent a surge of excitement through my veins, my heart quickening at the prospect of quenching my relentless thirst. With a smaller stone tool retrieved from my inventory, I carefully chipped away at the surrounding bark, widening the opening until I could peer into the chamber within. To my astonishment, a hollow space greeted my eyes, partially filled with a clear, shimmering liquid that clung to the wood fibers in glistening droplets. The sight alone was enough to intensify the parched feeling in my throat, my body instinctively yearning for the moisture that lay just within reach. Kneeling beside the tree, I cupped my hand and scooped a small amount of the liquid, bringing it close to my face for a cautious inspection. I expected to detect signs of toxicity, an acrid stench, an oily sheen on the surface, but found none. Instead, the mild sweetness that had first caught my attention remained, reminiscent of diluted syrup. Steeling myself for potential consequences, I brought the liquid to my lips and took a tentative sip, allowing just a small amount to slide down my throat. The effect was immediate and profound, a wave of relief washing over me as the cool, refreshing fluid soothed my parched tissues. I waited, my body tense with anticipation, bracing for the telltale signs of poisoning, cramping in my stomach, a spinning sensation in my head. But as the seconds ticked by, no ill effects manifested. Emboldened by the initial success, I drank more deeply, savoring the way the sap coated my tongue and eased the dryness that had plagued me for so long. Over the next hour, I remained vigilant, monitoring my condition for even the slightest hint of nausea or dizziness, ready to purge the liquid from my system at the first sign of trouble. But to my surprise and delight, I experienced no adverse reactions. Instead, I felt invigorated, the gentle sweetness of the alien sap slowly erasing the effects of dehydration. Seizing the opportunity presented by this unexpected discovery, I drank my fill, using the excess liquid to clean the grime from my face and rinse the small cuts that marred my hands. The sap seemed to possess a soothing quality, leaving behind a faint residue that cooled and calmed my skin. Whether this was a medicinal property or simply a quirk of its composition, I couldn't be sure, but I relished the relief it provided. As I tended to my physical needs, a flicker of curiosity prompted me to check my interface, my eyes widening as I noticed the change in my mana bar. Where it had once hovered precariously close to zero, it now showed signs of gradual replenishment, the depleted reserve slowly but steadily increasing. It seemed that my prolonged dehydration had not only affected my bodily functions, but had also hindered my ability to regenerate the mystical energy that flowed through me. The realization of this synergy between my physical state and the intangible force the system called magic left me momentarily bewildered. The rules that governed this world were still a mystery to me, a complex tapestry of cause and effect that I had yet to unravel. But in this instance, at least, the logic appeared consistent. Water was as essential to my survival here as it had been on Earth. With my thirst quenched and my energy slowly returning, I made the decision to linger near the tree for a time. The unrelenting light that bathed the landscape made it impossible to adhere to the circadian rhythms I had known on Earth, but the accumulation of physical and mental strain eventually took its toll, demanding that I rest. Leaning against the sturdy trunk of the tree, I allowed my eyes to close, trusting in the acuity of my heightened senses and the relative isolation of my surroundings to alert me to any approaching danger. Sleep came in fitful bursts, my mind drifting between the haunting memories of my past life and the surreal reality of my present circumstances. Time lost its meaning in this place, and I had no way of knowing how long I had been unconscious when a guttural snort and the sound of hooves scraping against the ground jolted me back to awareness. Instinctively, my hand shot out to grab my hammer as I sprang to my feet, my heart pounding against my ribs as I scanned the area for the source of the disturbance. It didn't take long to spot the intruder, a large, sand-colored boar, its snout pressed close to the ground as it rooted around the base of the tree, its wide nostrils flaring as it sought out the source of the enticing scent. For a moment, I remained perfectly still, hoping that the creature would simply lose interest and move on. But as if sensing my presence, the boar's head snapped up, its eyes locking onto mine with a primal intensity that sent a chill down my spine. Though it was smaller than an elephant, it easily dwarfed any boar I had encountered in my previous life, its shoulders nearly level with my chest. The beast let out a shrill squeal, the sound cutting through the oppressive silence of the landscape as it lowered its head in a clear threat display. A jolt of fear mixed with adrenaline surged through my body, my muscles tensing as I recognized the creature's aggressive posture. It seemed intent on either defending the tree or claiming the sap for itself, and I had no intention of surrendering this vital resource without a fight. Raising my hammer, I tried to project an air of confidence, masking the fear that coiled in my gut. "Back off," I shouted, my voice sounding strangely small and insignificant in the vast expanse of the alien world. The boar responded with a savage grunt, its hooves pawing at the ground in short, abrupt motions that spoke of barely contained fury. Recognizing the precariousness of my position, I began to edge sideways, seeking to put some distance between myself and the tree, hoping to avoid being pinned against its trunk. The boar's ears twitched, its eyes tracking my every move with unnerving focus. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, it charged, its curved tusks glinting in the harsh light as it bore down upon me. Acting on pure instinct, I dove to the right, feeling the rush of displaced air as the boar hurtled past, its bulk missing me by mere inches. Dust billowed up around me as I hit the ground, the sound of the creature's hooves skidding against the earth as it wheeled around for another attack filling my ears. Scrambling to my feet, I tightened my grip on my hammer, my heart pounding so loudly that it nearly drowned out all other sounds. As the boar lunged again, I swung the weapon in a wide arc, putting every ounce of my newfound strength behind the blow. The hammer connected with one of the beast's front legs, the impact accompanied by a sickening crack that sent a shudder through my arms. The boar squealed in pain and rage, its charge faltering as it struggled to maintain its balance. But even with its injury, the creature refused to retreat, its primal fury driving it forward. Pivoting on its uninjured legs, it lunged once more, its tusks seeking to rend and tear my flesh. Desperation fueled my movements as I leaped back, the razor-sharp points of the boar's tusks missing my midsection by a hair's breadth. My heart raced, the sound of my own labored breathing mingling with the boar's guttural cries as we faced each other in a deadly standoff. Summoning every ounce of strength and determination I possessed, I circled around to the boar's flank, seeking to position myself behind the enraged beast. In a single fluid motion, I raised my hammer above my head and brought it down with all the force I could muster, aiming for the creature's spine. The impact reverberated through my entire body, the shock of the blow traveling from my shoulders to my elbows, but the effect was immediate and devastating. The boar's hind legs crumpled beneath it, and it collapsed to the ground, its body writhing in pain. With a final, desperate strike, I brought the hammer down upon the boar's skull, ending its suffering and its threat in one decisive blow. As the creature's struggles ceased, a deafening silence descended upon the scene, broken only by the sound of my own ragged breathing. Slowly, I forced myself to take deeper, calmer breaths, my heart gradually slowing its frantic pace. In the aftermath of the battle, The familiar digital chime sounded once again, its otherworldly tone echoing inside my skull as the disembodied voice announced, "You have leveled up." Glancing at the flickering text that appeared in my peripheral vision, I noticed an additional message accompanying the usual notification. "You have reached milestone, level 5. You may choose a class path." A mixture of excitement and trepidation coursed through my veins as the implications of this new development sank in. Reaching this milestone signified a turning point in my journey, a chance to shape the course of my future in this strange and unforgiving world. The prospect of unlocking new abilities and strengths was tantalizing, yet the weight of the decision loomed heavy upon my shoulders. Kneeling beside the fallen boar, I took a moment to collect myself, wiping the sweat from my brow with the back of my hand. Up close, I could see the intricate details of the creature's hide, its rough, sandy texture marred by the dust and grime of the battle. Even in death, its tusks remained an imposing sight, a testament to the raw power and ferocity that had nearly claimed my life. With a grim sense of practicality, I placed my hand upon the boar's flank, summoning the swirling vortex of my inventory. In a matter of moments, the carcass vanished, drawn into the mysterious depths of the void, and the interface updated with a new entry. 1X Desert Boar Carcass, large. Another resource to add to my growing collection, a potential source of sustenance and materials that could prove invaluable in the trials to come. As I rose to my feet, my gaze drifted back to the tree and the hollow from which I had drawn the life-sustaining sap. The temptation to rest and recover was strong, my body crying out for respite in the wake of the intense confrontation. Yet, even as exhaustion tugged at my limbs, my mind raced with questions and possibilities. The phrase, "You may choose a class path," echoing in my thoughts like a persistent chorus. I knew that the decision that lay before me was one of immense importance, a choice that could shape the course of my entire existence in this world. The thrill of unlocking new powers and abilities warred with the apprehension of navigating uncharted territory, the fear of making a misstep that could have far-reaching consequences. But for now, as I leaned against the sturdy trunk of the tree, my hammer close at hand, I knew that I needed time to gather my thoughts and regain my strength. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with challenges and mysteries that I had yet to unravel. Questions swirled in my mind, echoes of the countless unknowns that lay ahead, the intricacies of the class system, the deeper rules that governed this world, and the true meaning of my role as a mythical scion. Chapter 9. In this world, the familiar rhythms of morning and evening had no meaning, no gentle rotation of the sun to mark the passage of hours. Instead, my body alone dictated the cadence of rest and wakefulness, rising from slumber only when it had stolen enough repose to face the challenges ahead. As I emerged from the hazy realm of sleep, the arid air once again made its presence known, its dryness nipping at my throat like a persistent, nagging reminder of the alien nature of this place. Seeking respite, I made my way to the gnarled tree that had become my temporary sanctuary, its promise of sweet sap a balm to the discomfort that plagued me. Kneeling beside the trunk, I cupped my hands to catch the precious liquid, the act now a familiar ritual in this strange, new existence. As the sap pooled in my palms, its gentle sweetness a stark contrast to the harsh environment that surrounded me, I couldn't help but steal a glance at the interface that had become my constant companion. There, blinking in my peripheral vision like a silent, insistent prod, was the notification that had been haunting my thoughts since I first laid eyes upon it. Level 5 reached. Class path unlocked. The words seemed to pulse with a life of their own, a tangible reminder of the inexplicable system that now held sway over my destiny. A part of me longed to dive headfirst into this new development, to embrace the allure of choosing a class that sounded as if it had sprung from the pages of a fantastical tale, a warrior perhaps, or a mage wielding arcane powers beyond my wildest imaginings. The temptation to see what abilities such a path might grant me was a siren's call, beckoning me to cast aside caution and seize the unknown with both hands. Yet, even as the desire tugged at my thoughts, the hard-won lessons of my time in this world whispered their own counsel. Caution, they seemed to say, was the wiser path, for life here was a fragile thing, too easily shattered by impulsive decisions and reckless abandon. The scars I bore, both physical and emotional, stood as testament to the precarious nature of existence in this realm. And so, with a heavy sigh, I made the choice to delay my decision, to seek out the guidance of the enigmatic information pixie one last time, before committing myself to a course that could very well shape the entirety of my future. Her words from our previous encounter echoed in my mind, a reminder that each summoning came with its own limitations, the flow of knowledge restricted by the very system that granted me access to her wisdom. Thus resolved, I set about the task of preparing my questions, my mind roaming across the vast expanse of my ignorance like a weary traveler seeking shelter in an unfamiliar land. The sheer scope of what I did not know threatened to overwhelm me at times, a yawning chasm of uncertainty that seemed to grow wider with each passing moment. I pondered the nature of this world called Gia, its Dyson-sphere-like structure a concept that strained the limits of my understanding. Were there settlements hidden within its vastness, towns and cities where I might find respite from the constant struggle for survival? And what of the beings who called this place home, the Scions and refugees, whose very existence hinted at a larger tapestry of conflict and displacement? But it was the question of my own nature, the mystery of my elemental affinities, that weighed most heavily upon my thoughts. The interface had laid bare the truth of my being, each alignment set to a staggering 100%, a fact that seemed to defy all logic and reason. What did it mean to be so attuned to the fundamental forces of this world? And how might such a blessing, or curse, shape my path forward? As I grappled with these thoughts, the realization of my own ignorance crashed over me like a wave, threatening to drag me under with its sheer immensity. If settlements did exist in this world, who held dominion over them? Would they welcome a stranger such as myself, or would I be met with suspicion and hostility at every turn? And what of the very basics of existence? The ability to trade for goods and services, or the need to scavenge for survival in an unforgiving wilderness? No matter how I approached the problem, one truth emerged with crystalline clarity. Information was the key to my survival, the very lifeblood of my continued existence in this strange and terrifying realm. And so, with a deep breath and a silent prayer to whatever forces might be listening, I reached out with my mind, seeking the familiar presence of the information pixie. The sensation of her arrival was unmistakable, a tingling that seemed to seize my very thoughts, accompanied by a shimmering in the air before me. As she coalesced into being, a figure of light and grace that hovered at eye level, I couldn't help but marvel at her delicate beauty. Silvery hair framed elfin features, while translucent wings beat with a hum that seemed to resonate in the very marrow of my bones. Though she was small enough to perch upon my palm, her presence filled the space around us, a tangible force that commanded attention and respect.
Greetings once again, Mythic Scion,
she intoned, her voice a chiming melody that seemed to dance upon the stagnant air.
I trust you have fared well since our last conversation.
I felt a wry smile tug at the corners of my lips, even as my hand moved to rub the back of my neck in a gesture of weary resignation. I've been managing, I guess, I replied, my voice rough with the weight of all I had endured. Fought off a boar, drank some strange sap, leveled up, you know, the usual. The pixie's expression brightened, her features suffused with an almost maternal pride.
Indeed, your interface indicates you've reached level 5,
she observed, her tone warm with approval.
That is good progress. Have you called on me to discuss your class path?
I nodded, the movement slow and deliberate. That's part of it, I admitted, my gaze meeting hers with an intensity born of desperation. But I also need to know more about this world, where I might find settlements or safer areas, what these Scion designations truly mean. Basically, everything you can tell me before you vanish again. At my words, the pixie seemed to draw inward, her tiny arms folding across her chest as she tilted her head in a gesture of contemplation.
My available data is limited to your current clearance level,
She explained, her voice tinged with a hint of apology.
However, I'll provide what I can. Speak your questions clearly, and I will answer to the best of my ability.
Sensing the precious nature of our time together, I wasted no breath on preamble, launching into my inquiries with a focused intensity. I asked of the geography of Gia, of maps and waypoints that might guide my path, only to be met with a somber shake of the pixie's head.
I'm afraid all cartographic data is restricted.
She informed me, her tone heavy with regret.
Each Scion is expected to explore on their own. There are indeed numerous cities and villages scattered across Gia, but the details remain locked until you personally discover them.
The revelation struck me like a physical blow, forcing a groan from my lips that I barely managed to suppress. So I'm basically stuck stumbling around until I find civilization by accident? I asked, my voice tight with frustration. The pixie's smile was a fleeting thing, tinged with sympathy and understanding.
In essence, yes,
She confirmed, her wings flickering in a gesture that seemed almost apologetic.
However, you may encounter travelers, merchants, or other refugees who have gleaned more information. Cooperation can hasten your discoveries.
I exhaled, long and slow, the breath carrying with it the weight of my disappointment. That's not ideal, I admitted, my tone resigned. But it's a start. Pressing onward, I delved into the question of the natives and refugees who called this world home, seeking to understand the fundamental differences that separated us. The pixie's response was a flickering of wings and a voice heavy with the weight of cosmic truths.
Natives are governed by the natural laws of Gia without an external system to boost or measure their abilities,
She explained, her words painting a picture of a world divided by the very forces that shaped it.
Refugees, on the other hand, arrive through dimensional breaches and are tagged by the interface. This phenomenon was designed by the benefactors to ensure a balance of power and prevent catastrophic misuse of newfound abilities.
The explanation was a mouthful, a dizzying array of concepts that strained the limits of my understanding. And yet, even through the haze of my confusion, a glimmer of clarity emerged. But at least it explains why only I seem to have these stats and leveling mechanics, I mused, my voice distant as my mind grappled with the implications. A heartbeat later, a new question sprung to my lips, born of a sudden flash of insight. Wait, I said, my eyes widening with realization. So are all refugees Scions? Or is that unique to me? The pixie's answer was a tapestry woven of light and shadow, a glimpse into a world of hierarchies and hidden truths.
All refugees are considered Scions,
She confirmed, her voice a gentle caress against the turbulent sea of my thoughts.
However, there are distinct tiers. You are classified as a Mythical Scion, a category that is quite rare, though I cannot reveal the precise criteria for it. Others may be standard or advanced Scions. Again, further details are sealed by your current clearance.
I nodded, the movement slow and deliberate, as if by doing so I could somehow absorb the weight of her words, to make them a part of me in some fundamental way. And yet, even as I grappled with the implications of my own unique status, my mind was already racing ahead, seeking out the next piece of the puzzle that was my existence in this strange new world. But you can tell me this, right? I pressed, my voice urgent with the need for understanding. My next question is about classes. My old gaming days taught me a bit about choosing a class, but I imagine this is a lot more permanent. At my words, the pixie's expression seemed to brighten, her features suffused with a gentle glow that spoke of eagerness and anticipation.
Indeed,
She confirmed, her voice ringing with the clarity of absolute truth.
your class path will shape your development, granting specific skills and magical alignments. Since your elemental affinities are all at 100%, you can adapt to almost any role. Some classes focus on direct combat, others on ranged attacks, healing, summoning, or more specialized functions. The choice is yours, but be mindful that once you confirm a path, it cannot be undone.
The weight of her words settled upon me like a mantle, heavy with the promise of power and the burden of responsibility. And yet, even as I felt the enormity of the decision that lay before me, I couldn't help but feel a flicker of excitement, a thrill of anticipation at the thought of the unknown paths that stretched out before me, waiting to be explored. A wry grin tugged at the corners of my mouth as the pixie's words sank in, the gravity of the choice before me becoming increasingly apparent. Then it's definitely more serious than picking a job in a standard RPG, I mused, a hint of irony coloring my tone. There's no reset button if I don't like it. The pixie nodded, her expression a mixture of understanding and gentle admonishment.
Exactly,
She replied, her voice carrying the weight of untold cosmic truths.
However, you may find synergy in multiple skill trees once your primary class is established. Hybrid builds can arise as you refine your talents, though the base class will always be your foundation.
I allowed myself a moment to absorb the implications of her statement, my mind whirling with the possibilities that stretched out before me, at once tantalizing and daunting in their scope. A flicker of memory surfaced, a fragment of our earlier conversation that had lodged itself in my thoughts like a stubborn splinter. And about summoning? Did I hear you mention that earlier? I asked, my brow furrowing with the effort of recollection. Something about familiars? The pixie's head bobbed in affirmation, the glow surrounding her delicate wings intensifying for the briefest of moments, as if fueled by the very essence of the knowledge she imparted.
Yes,
She confirmed, her voice ringing with the clarity of absolute certainty.
summoning is typically tied to classes with strong magical affinity, such as summoners, elemental mages, or certain support-oriented classes. You, with all elemental affinities at full capacity, could theoretically master summoning spells if you chose a path like elemental summoner or spirit caller. But those differ greatly from a warrior-like approach.
As I listened to her words, my hand drifted unbidden to my hair, fingers raking through the tangled strands in a gesture of contemplation. My gaze fell to the makeshift weapon that rested against my leg, the rough-hewn wood and stone a stark contrast to the ethereal radiance of the pixie's form. The notion of wielding intangible magic, of calling forth beings from the very fabric of the universe, felt as distant and foreign to me as the stars that hung in the unchanging sky above. I've noticed my fighting style leans toward close combat, I admitted, my voice low and thoughtful. I rely on raw strength and quick strikes, but I also see the value in being able to heal or protect myself. Another fight like that bore ambush, and who knows if I'll come out unscathed next time. The pixie raised a delicate brow, her expression a portrait of gentle understanding. Indeed, she agreed, her tone warm with approval.
You appear well suited for a paladin path, someone adept with blunt weapons, empowered by protective or healing spells. Given your newly made hammer, it would align naturally with your style. That's a common route for those who lean on physical offense but also want to mitigate damage.
I felt a flutter of excitement in my chest, a tentative hope that perhaps, at last, I had stumbled upon a path that could grant me the strength to survive in this unforgiving world. So if I pick Paladin, Do I lose the ability to access those other elemental spells? I asked, my voice tight with a sudden urgency. Like fire or lightning. The pixie's wings fluttered softly, a gesture of reassurance and gentle correction.
Not necessarily,
She explained, her words a soothing balm to my racing thoughts.
You retain your 100% affinity in all elements, but a paladin's primary focus is typically radiant or light-based magic for healing, shielding, and reinforcing strikes. Over time, you could unlock minor spells in other elements, but they might not be as potent as those belonging to a dedicated mage.
Her explanation settled over me like a comforting weight, easing the tension that had crept into my shoulders. I see, I murmured, my mind already turning over the possibilities, weighing the pros and cons of this newfound path. And about equipment. Am I stuck using this homemade hammer forever? A tinkling laugh escaped the pixie's lips, a sound that seemed to dance upon the stagnant air like the chiming of tiny bells.
Certainly not.
She assured me, her eyes sparkling with mirth.
Once you discover towns or craft advanced gear, you can upgrade. Paladins often favor heavy armor and maces or warhammers, though the specifics depend on your personal preferences.
I hesitated then, a flicker of unease passing through me as I recalled the finality of our earlier conversation. Pixie, you said this was my last time talking to you like this, right? I asked, my voice barely more than a whisper. After I choose a class, I won't be able to summon you again in the same way. The pixie's luminescence seemed to dim, a subtle shift that spoke of a profound sadness lurking beneath the surface of her ethereal beauty.
I'm afraid so,
She confirmed, her voice heavy with regret.
This is your final official tutorial session. Once you confirm a class, the system considers you graduated from basic orientation. I will remain part of your interface, but not in the guise of an information pixie. My AI can resurface if you select a summoning route or if you reach certain milestones. However, those forms will differ from this tutorial persona.
A pang of loneliness lanced through my chest, sharp and sudden, as the reality of her words sank in. Since my arrival in this strange and terrifying world, the pixie had been my sole companion, a beacon of guidance and support amidst the endless trials and tribulations that had beset me. And though I understood, on some fundamental level, that she was little more than a projection of my own mind, a manifestation of my desperate need for connection, the thought of losing her felt like a blow to my very soul. Understood, I managed, the word escaping my lips in a hoarse whisper. I forced a smile, a feeble attempt to mask the depth of my emotions. Then let's make these last moments count. Is there anything else I should know before I pick my class? The pixie drifted closer, her delicate form hovering mere inches from my face, as if seeking to impart one final lesson, one last gift of wisdom before the inevitable parting.
Only that your choice is permanent, so choose wisely,
She cautioned, her voice a gentle reminder of the gravity of the moment.
You may also want to note that each class has multiple subpaths as you grow. A paladin might specialize in offensive crusader techniques or become a more defensive guardian. My advice, remain adaptable. Gia's challenges require both strength and resilience.
I nodded, a gesture of understanding and acceptance, even as my mind drifted back to the life I had left behind, to the streets of Chicago and the trials that had shaped me into the man I was today. Got it, I said quietly, my voice distant, as if speaking from a place far removed from the present moment. All right, I think I'm ready to pick. But first, thank you. I know you're just part of this system, but still, this has been helpful. The pixie's face lit up with a smile, a radiant expression of joy that seemed to suffuse her entire being with an otherworldly glow.
You're most welcome,
She replied, her voice a gentle caress against my troubled thoughts.
May your journey be one of growth and discovery.
As she spoke, her wings began to flicker, a telltale sign that our time together was drawing to a close. With a deep breath and a sense of renewed resolve, I opened my interface, navigating to the class selection screen with a steady hand. The array of options that greeted me was staggering, a dizzying collection of archetypes and roles that seemed to span the entire gamut of fantasy and legend. Warrior, ranger, summoner, elemental mage, assassin, healer, monk, necromancer. The list went on and on, each title accompanied by a small icon that hinted at the primary focus of the class. Most were locked behind level requirements or prerequisites that I had yet to meet, but as I scanned the screen, I noticed that the lock icons were tinted differently for me, a subtle indication that my universal affinities might grant me access where others would be barred. And then, one option in particular caught my eye, standing out from the rest like a beacon in the darkness: Paladin Acolyte. I read the description, my heart pounding in my chest as the words seemed to resonate with some deep, primal part of my being. A budding knight of radiant conviction, wielding power to heal wounds, shield allies, and smite foes with righteous force. Ideal for those combining melee combat with spiritual or restorative magic. It was a far cry from anything I had ever imagined for myself, a role that seemed as distant from my troubled past as the stars were from the earth. And yet, as I contemplated the path before me, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was meant to be, that the trials and tribulations I had endured had all been leading me to this moment, to this choice. With a trembling finger, I pressed the option, watching as a soft glow enveloped the text, a manifestation of the system's recognition of my intent. "Are you sure you wish to confirm the path of the Paladin?" it asked, the words hanging in the air like a challenge, a final test of my resolve. I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry as the weight of the decision settled upon me like a physical burden. My arms, still battered and bruised from countless battles, seemed to throb with the memory of every blow, every desperate struggle for survival. And at my side, the hammer I had crafted with my own hands hummed with an energy I could almost feel, a promise of the power that lay within. "Yes," I whispered, my voice barely more than a breath. "Confirm." The moment the word left my lips, a blinding burst of light erupted around me, a radiance so intense that I was forced to shut my eyes against its brilliance. Warmth flooded through my limbs, a sensation of power and purpose that seemed to fill every fiber of my being. And in that instant, I felt something shift within me, a fundamental change that went beyond the physical, beyond the mere alteration of my stats and abilities. When at last I dared to open my eyes once more, the pixie's form was flickering, her image growing fainter with each passing second. She offered me one final nod, a gesture of farewell and benediction, before her voice faded into the ether, a whisper carried away on the wind.
Congratulations. You have chosen the path of the Paladin. May your resolve guide you through Gia's trials. Farewell, Mythic Scion.
As the last echoes of her words died away, the pixie's form dissolved, scattering into motes of light that drifted upward, carried aloft by some unseen breeze until they winked out of existence, lost to the vastness of the world beyond. For a long moment, I stood there, my body rigid with a mixture of shock and exhilaration, my mind struggling to process the magnitude of what had just transpired. And then, slowly, a new line of text appeared on my interface, glowing with an ethereal light that seemed to pulse in time with the beating of my heart. Class, Paladin Acolyte. As I stared at the words, I felt a surge of emotion rise within me, a complex tangle of fear and excitement, trepidation and determination. The path I had chosen was a daunting one, filled with challenges and dangers that I could scarcely begin to imagine. But as I stood there, the weight of my hammer at my side and the memory of the pixie's final blessing still fresh in my mind, I felt a flicker of something else, something that had been all too rare in the days since my arrival in this strange and unforgiving world. Hope. Hope that I might find a way to survive, to forge a new life for myself in the face of impossible odds. Hope that the power I had claimed might be enough to see me through the trials ahead, to grant me the strength to stand against the enemies that lurked in every shadow. And above all, hope that somewhere out there, beyond the limits of my current understanding, there might be a place for me in this world, a purpose that went beyond mere survival, beyond the endless cycle of violence and desperation that had defined my existence thus far. With a final glance at the place where the pixie had vanished, I gathered my belongings, my movements slow and deliberate, as if weighted down by the enormity of the choice I had made. The title of my new class lingered at the edges of my vision, a constant reminder of the path that lay before me, the destiny that I had claimed as my own. And as I turned my face toward the vast expanse of Gia, toward the unknown dangers and untold wonders that awaited me beyond the horizon, I felt a grim sense of determination settle over me like a mantle, a cloak of resolve that would shield me from the worst of what was to come. I knew that the road ahead would be long and fraught with peril, that there would be battles to fight and mysteries to unravel, allies to find and enemies to vanquish. But I also knew that I would face those challenges as a paladin, as a champion of the light, imbued with a power and a purpose that went beyond anything I had ever known before. And so, with the sun of Gia beating down upon me, harsh and unrelenting in its brilliance, I took my first steps forward, into the unknown, into the future that awaited me. I moved with the light of my own conviction, the strength of my own will, and the knowledge that, come what may, I would never again be the same. Chapter 10. The subtle rush of warmth that followed my decision to embrace the path of the Paladin Acolyte lingered in my veins, a gentle reminder of the profound change that had just taken place. It was a sensation that seemed to permeate every fiber of my being, a mix of physical and metaphysical energy that hummed beneath my skin as I navigated the newly expanded options of my interface. With each step, each movement, I could feel the difference. A subtle shift in the way my muscles responded, a newfound sense of purpose and potential that seemed to flow from some deep, intangible source. It was as if I had awoken from a long, deep slumber, my body heavy with the weight of disuse, yet simultaneously renewed by the infusion of power that came with my chosen class. As I pulled up the translucent menu, the flickering glow of the interface cast an ethereal light across my features, highlighting the determination that had settled into the lines of my face. My eyes scanned the updated information, taking in the changes that had occurred with a mix of wonder and trepidation. Class, Paladin Acolyte. The words seemed to pulse with a life of their own, a testament to the path I had chosen and the challenges that lay ahead. Level 5, a modest beginning, yet filled with the promise of growth and advancement. My health and mana, both increased by the simple act of aligning myself with the way of the Paladin, served as a tangible reminder of the power that now coursed through my veins. But it was the brand new section labeled Passive Radiant Regeneration that truly caught my attention. The small, game-like description causing my brow to furrow in a mixture of disbelief and cautious optimism. The idea that I could passively regenerate a portion of my health, so long as my mana remained at its maximum capacity, was a concept that seemed almost too good to be true. I knew, of course, that maintaining a full mana bar would be no simple feat, especially in the heat of battle when abilities would be called upon with increasing frequency. And yet, the mere existence of this passive healing effect was enough to ignite a spark of hope within my chest, a flicker of light in the darkness that had consumed my existence since my arrival in this unforgiving world. With a growing sense of curiosity, I delved deeper into the interface, navigating to the skills section with a few deft movements of my fingers. The grid-like display that greeted me was a familiar sight, a reminder of the countless hours I had spent immersed in the world of RPGs back on Earth. But here, in this place where the lines between game and reality had blurred beyond recognition, the implications of these skills held a weight that I had never before experienced. The 20 skill points that glimmered at the top of the screen seemed to beckon to me, a tantalizing promise of power and potential waiting to be unlocked. It was a generous allocation for someone of my level, a fact that did not escape my notice. I couldn't help but wonder if it was a result of my unique status as a mythical scion, or perhaps some hidden benefit of the paladin path itself. Regardless of the reason, I found myself grateful for the opportunity to shape my abilities in a way that suited my playstyle and the challenges I knew I would face. As I scrolled through the paladin-specific skills, my eyes were drawn to the early tier options: lesser heal, standard heal, full healing, each with a corresponding point cost that seemed to reflect the increasing potency of the ability. But it was the weapon-oriented moves that truly captured my imagination, the descriptions of their effects sending a thrill of anticipation down my spine. Wrathful Smite in particular stood out among the rest, the promise of channeling a burst of radiant force through my hammer to create a devastating shockwave upon impact. The mental image alone was enough to make my heart race, my mind conjuring visions of the destruction I could unleash upon my enemies. In a world where danger lurked around every corner, where the slightest misstep could spell disaster, the idea of having such a powerful area of effect attack at my disposal was a comfort that I clung to like a drowning man to a life raft. Radiant Protection, too, caught my eye, a skill that promised to envelop me or an ally in a shield-like barrier, granting a brief window of invulnerability or damage reduction. In the heat of battle, where split-second decisions could mean the difference between life and death, the ability to weather even a single lethal blow could prove invaluable. And then there was Radiant Lightning, a ranged magical strike that seemed to fill a glaring gap in my current repertoire. As someone who had thus far relied almost exclusively on close-quarters combat, the idea of having a means to engage enemies from a distance was an appealing one, a way to keep myself out of harm's reach while still contributing to the fight. But even as I marveled at the array of options before me, my attention was drawn to a small, unassuming button near the bottom of the list: Customize. With a mix of curiosity and trepidation, I tapped the button, watching as a new prompt appeared before my eyes. The words that greeted me were a stark reminder of the limitations that govern this world, the rules that shape the very fabric of our existence. I could, it seemed, purchase skills from outside the paladin tree, but at a cost that was 3 times their normal price. The penalty was a hefty one, a fact that did not escape my notice, but the interface was nothing if not clear in its explanation. Cross-class synergy was a privilege reserved for those who had already proven themselves or those willing to pay the price for the added versatility. And yet, even with the knowledge of the steep cost, I couldn't help but feel a flicker of intrigue at the possibilities that lay before me. My mind drifted back to the conversations I had shared with the information pixie, the hints she had dropped about the existence of summoner-type classes, and the familiars they could call forth. The idea of having a companion, a being that could fight alongside me and provide support in the heat of battle, was a tempting one, made all the more so by the realization that such a summon might carry with it a piece of the pixie's AI, a fragment of the only friendly presence I had known in this harsh and unforgiving world. It was a thought that tugged at my heartstrings, a reminder of the profound isolation that had been my constant companion since my arrival in this place. The weight of that loneliness, the ache of having lost everyone and everything I had ever known, seemed to settle upon my shoulders like a physical burden, a weight that threatened to crush me beneath its inexorable pressure. But even as I grappled with the enormity of that loss, I found myself drawn to the list of summoner skills, my gaze scanning the options with a mix of hope and desperation. Most were locked away, gated behind steep-level requirements that seemed to mock my current state of relative weakness. But there, nestled among the rest, was a single skill that caught my eye: Lesser Summon. The cost was staggering. 9 points, a full 3 times the normal price, given its status as an out-of-class skill. It was a price that would consume nearly half of my total allocation, leaving me with precious little to spend on the paladin abilities that would form the core of my fighting style. And yet, even as I weighed the pros and cons in my mind, I knew that the decision had already been made. The yearning for companionship, the desperate need for a friendly presence in this lonely, hostile world was simply too great to ignore. With a deep breath and a sense of resolve that bordered on recklessness, I confirmed my choice, watching as the interface flickered in acknowledgement and a new line of text appeared. You have acquired Lesser Summon, Summoner Tier, Beginner. As my skill points dwindled from 20 to a mere 11, I found myself strangely at peace with the decision I had made. The remaining points were quickly allocated, 3 to Lesser Heal, a more affordable option that I could call upon with greater frequency, and 5 to Wrathful Smite, the move that had first captured my imagination with its promise of devastating impact. The final 3 points I left unspent, a reserve that I could draw upon in case of emergency, should the need for something like radiant protection arise. As I sat back, a grin spreading across my face, I couldn't help but marvel at the progress I had made. Level 5, and already in possession of a healing skill, an offensive smite, and the ability to call forth a companion to fight by my side. It was a far cry from the gaming marathons of my old life, the hours spent hunched over a screen, lost in virtual worlds that now seemed like pale imitations of the reality I found myself in. Without a moment's hesitation, I delved into the interface once more, my fingers navigating to the Lesser Summon skill with a newfound sense of purpose. As the system prompted me to select from an array of elemental familiars, I found myself captivated by the scrolling menu, each option a tantalizing glimpse into the vast potential that lay before me. Fire, water, earth, lightning, the elements danced before my eyes, each one promising a unique set of abilities and affinities. But it was the light pixie that truly called to me, its description a siren song that resonated with the very core of my chosen path. The promise of synergy with paladin-based magic and radiant alignment was too perfect to ignore, a harmonious blend of power and purpose that seemed destined to guide me forward. With a tap of my finger, I selected the light pixie, my heart quickening as the interface prompted me to bestow a name upon my newfound companion. The request felt strangely intimate, a reminder of the bond that I was about to forge, not with a mere digital construct, but with a living, breathing entity that would stand beside me in the trials to come. As I pondered the choice, my mind drifted to the meaning behind the name Lucy, a moniker derived from the Latin word for light. A soft chuckle escaped my lips, equal parts nostalgia and anticipation, as I typed the letters into the interface. The system acknowledged my input with a flicker, and I watched in awe as my mana bar plummeted, the cost of the summoning made manifest in the depletion of my magical reserves. But any sense of loss was quickly overshadowed by the spectacle that unfolded before me. Motes of radiant energy coalesced in the air, swirling and dancing in a mesmerizing vortex of light. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, they began to take shape, forming the outline of a tiny humanoid figure no taller than the length of my hand. Gossamer wings, delicate and translucent, unfurled from the being's back, catching the light and scattering it in a dazzling display of iridescence. Hair the color of freshly fallen snow framed a face that was at once ethereal and strangely familiar, a reminder of the pixie who had guided me through my earliest moments in this strange new world. As the glow of the summoning began to fade, the tiny creature raised her head, blue eyes meeting mine with a gaze that seemed to pierce the very depths of my soul. A graceful bow followed, her movements imbued with a sense of reverence and purpose that belied her diminutive stature.
"Greetings, Master,"
she intoned, her voice a chiming melody that seemed to hang in the air like the lingering notes of a half-remembered song.
"Thank you for summoning me. How may I serve you?"
The words washed over me like a balm, soothing the ragged edges of my loneliness and igniting a spark of hope within my chest. At last, after so many days and rest cycles spent wandering this alien landscape, I had found a measure of companionship, a presence that could share in my triumphs and failures, my joys and sorrows. Clearing my throat, I struggled to find the right words, my tongue suddenly clumsy and awkward in the face of such ethereal beauty. Hi, I managed, wincing at the inadequacy of the greeting. You can call me James. I didn't expect you to look so familiar. A tilt of her head, a flutter of gossamer wings, and the pixie regarded me with a gaze that seemed to see beyond the surface, to the very heart of my being.
My form matches your subconscious preferences, molded by the light affinity,
she explained, her voice a gentle caress against my troubled thoughts.
I sense you were guided by an entity much like me before.
A smile, warm and inviting, curved the corners of her mouth.
I'm pleased I can bring you comfort in this form.
I swallowed hard, the memories of my tutorial pixie, of all the times spent in her company, learning the ways of this world and the rules that governed my existence within it, rising unbidden to the surface of my mind. You definitely do, I admitted, my voice rough with emotion. I've been going solo in this place for way too long. Having someone I can talk to, even if it's just a handful of words, makes a difference. Lucy nodded, the movement sending ripples of iridescent light dancing through her hair.
You may command me as you see fit, Master James,
she assured me, her tone a perfect blend of deference and quiet strength.
But I am also capable of acting independently. Should you face danger, I can attack with small bursts of pixie sparks, and I can offer minor healing for those nearby.
The mention of healing caught my attention, a flicker of excitement kindling within my chest. Minor healing? I repeated, my eyes widening with the realization of just how valuable such an ability could prove in the battles to come. That's fantastic. I've got a lesser heal spell now, but it's always good to have a backup in case I'm low on mana. Another bow, another flutter of gossamer wings, and Lucy's voice was a solemn vow, a promise of unwavering support in the face of whatever challenges lay ahead.
I will do my utmost to support you,
she intoned, her words imbued with a quiet intensity that left no room for doubt. As I stood there, basking in the warmth of her presence, I couldn't help but marvel at the stark contrast between this moment and the countless alliances I had forged in my previous life. On Earth, trust had been a commodity to be bartered, a fragile thing that could be shattered by the slightest misstep or betrayal. But here, in this alien world where the very laws of reality had been rewritten, the bond between summoner and familiar seemed to transcend such petty concerns. Lucy's presence was a balm to my battered soul, a tangible reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was still hope to be found. Her gentle words and unwavering loyalty bridged the chasm of loneliness that had threatened to consume me, offering a glimmer of light in a world that had seemed so hopelessly shrouded in shadow. Emboldened by her support, I decided to put my newly acquired skills to the test, eager to see the full extent of the powers that had been granted to me. With a deep breath and a focus born of newfound purpose, I extended my hand towards the spot where an old injury still lingered, a dull ache that served as a constant reminder of the battles I had fought and the scars I had earned. Warmth blossomed from my palm, a gentle glow that seemed to suffuse my entire being with its radiance. As I channeled the energy of the lesser heal, I could feel the pain beginning to recede, the damaged tissues knitting themselves back together with a speed that defied the natural order of things. It was not an instant cure, but rather a subtle acceleration of the healing process, a reminder that even the smallest of magics could have a profound impact on the world around me. Next, I turned my attention to the wrathful smite, my fingers closing around the haft of my makeshift weapon with a sense of grim determination. As I focused my will upon the hammer, picturing the flow of radiant energy coursing along its length, I was rewarded with a flash of brilliant light and a thrumming vibration that seemed to resonate with the very core of my being. I could feel the power waiting to be unleashed, a barely contained force that yearned to be set free upon the enemies that lurked in every shadow. But I knew that such power was not to be squandered lightly, and so I let the energy dissipate, watching as my mana bar dipped once more in response to the exertion. Throughout it all, Lucy watched with a quiet intensity, her golden eyes following my every move with a gaze that seemed to see beyond the physical, to the very heart of the magic that flowed through my veins. When at last I lowered my weapon, she offered a small clap of her tiny hands, her voice a chiming melody of approval and encouragement.
Impressive, Master,
she intoned, her words a balm to my uncertain heart.
Wrathful Smite aligns perfectly with your paladin energies. It should prove quite formidable in battle.
A chuckle escaped my lips, equal parts embarrassment and pride at the praise. Thanks, I managed, my voice rough with a mix of emotions that I could scarcely begin to untangle. This is all so surreal, you know. On Earth, I was just me. No fancy spells, no leveling up. But here, everything's changed. Honestly, it's both terrifying and thrilling. Lucy's expression softened, her gaze a reflection of the sympathy and understanding that seemed to radiate from her very being.
Change often is, Master James,
she murmured, her wings fluttering in a gentle rhythm that seemed to mirror the beating of my own heart.
Yet it also offers opportunity.
I nodded, a long, slow exhalation escaping my lips as I let the truth of her words wash over me. Yeah, I agreed, my gaze drifting to the horizon, to the endless expanse of rock and dust and strange, alien flora that stretched out before us. Opportunity, that's a good way to look at it. For a long moment, I simply stood there, letting the weight of all that had happened settle upon my shoulders like a mantle. The path ahead was still shrouded in mystery, the true nature of this world and my place within it as elusive as ever. But with Lucy by my side, I knew that I was no longer facing that uncertainty alone. Turning to her once more, I asked the question that had been burning at the back of my mind since the moment of her summoning. So, does your presence draw on my mana, or do you have your own supply? Her wings beat a steady rhythm as she considered my query, her voice a gentle melody that seemed to hang in the air between us.
I share a connection to your mana,
she explained, her words a patient clarification of the bond that now linked us together.
But I also have a small internal reservoir. If you run out of mana, I may remain, but my abilities will be limited until your reserves replenish.
I nodded, the information settling into my mind like a piece of a puzzle falling into place. It made sense in a way, a symbiotic relationship that required careful management and forethought. I'll try to be responsible with my spells, I promised, my voice a solemn vow. The last thing I want is to hamper you in a fight. Her smile was a gentle benediction, a promise of unwavering support in the face of whatever challenges lay ahead.
We shall learn together, Master,
she murmured, her words a balm to my troubled heart. And as I stood there, the gentle hum of her wings a soothing melody in the stillness of the alien landscape, I felt a sense of peace settling over me like a warm blanket. The dryness in my throat had abated, the lingering aches and pains of past battles fading into memory. And though the road ahead was still fraught with peril, I knew that I was no longer walking it alone. With a final glance at the interface, I took stock of the abilities that now lay at my command, the passive regeneration that would sustain me, the healing magic that would mend my wounds, the radiant might of the wrathful smite, and the steadfast companionship of Lucy, my loyal familiar. It was not much in the grand scheme of things, but it was a start, a foundation upon which I could build a future in this strange new world. And as I settled back against the unyielding stone, my weapon close at hand and my companion hovering protectively by my side, I felt a flicker of hope kindling within my chest. For the first time since my arrival in this place, I had a plan, a course of action that went beyond mere survival, beyond the desperate scramble to stay one step ahead of the dangers that lurked in every shadow. And though the path ahead was still shrouded in uncertainty, I knew that I would face whatever challenges lay before me with the strength of my convictions and the steadfast support of the allies I had gained along the way.